Okay, we're live. Day 407 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. I guess we're on day 7 or 8 of recovering from the near-death 66-day streak of hunger that I just did. That was long. It's over twice the length of what my previous hunger strikes were, which are only 40, 20, 28 days. So 66 days of death defying. And I defied it. We made it in time. But I should be at the hospital eating and enjoying and feeling safe when I go to sleep. But they don't want me there. They don't think that I'm in a medical emergency. Even though my phosphate keeps crashing, which is the classic sign of refeeding syndrome. So I felt disrespected and dishonored by these hospitals. But there's no more honor or chivalry or even, I suppose, chartered rights anymore. And I made a post on Facebook about it, but Facebook deleted the whole thing. So here I am trying to do it again very quickly so that it doesn't break. I'm eating lighter food. I tried to have some noodles last night and I couldn't finish those. And I'm choking on bread and stuff. So we're just going with straight, no preservatives in the Tostito stuff. I'm surprised. So cereal, tomato sauce with some good. Yes. Maybe not that. Oh, cool. Basically, no preservatives in any of this, except for citric acid. Um, oops. Right, we're gonna submit a worse version of this than I want, but oh well. My initial version was good. Oh, I was actually gonna take. Okay, go. All right. How did I miss? Oh yeah. Ouch. Oh boy. Not cool. Ugh. Oh, man. Mm. Oh man, this is already taking too long, so it'll probably break again. Ugh. Ugh. I'm copying all my texts now. Top of the morning, Captain. I'm making this huge Facebook post asking for people to watch over me during the week. My other friend, I have to do this before my other friend comes here. She's going to drive me to my first blood test. So I'm getting heat flashes and I can barely sleep, and there's a bunch of weird stuff happening. So I'm just gonna go get my blood checked. Um, I dropped some of my tablets on the floor, and a bunch of stuff's happening to me. And I still feel tired and uncoordinated, and yeah, I feel sore everywhere. So anyway, I'm just trying to rush to get this done because my Facebook post deleted, so I have to remake the whole thing. It took me hours to make it. So I'm putting it together again, and I'm gonna submit it before she gets here. Do my blood tests. Ugh. Pick up the rest of the order that I had to buy myself, like for 60 to $80. plus the taxi drives $20, $30 to get there and back. It's just a really crazy time. So once I get all this done and I get settled back at home with the right drugs or whatever, then we'll know if I'm dying with my blood, or if the refeeding syndrome is like not I can't keep pace with my eating. So we're doing all that first because I shouldn't be at home. Like Google, everybody else, they're looking at my blood. I'm actually uploading my blood chart right to the Facebook post. I hope it goes viral like the other one. The other one got like 15,000 views or something. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm rushing because she's gonna be here in about probably 40 minutes, and I still have to like finish doing all this. So that's where I'm at now. But I'm very excited. I told a couple of people that we have a pretty good crew of Kenyans, and I'm trying to fundraise already. So, what's the news? Are we at like 220 now? Did we get increases? I asked a few people to see if they'd be willing to pay you $8 an hour, at least for a couple of days, just to keep you going. And they might. I'm just waiting to hear back. I left them a couple of messages. It was busy. It was a busy night. But yeah, I really want to get this asked out because it's a way to raise awareness about how badly I was treated, but also like how asinine is it? Like how bad is it that they're forcing me to stay home to take care of my own severe malnutrition and medical condition when I could just go there, and they should allow me to submit an incident report and not reprimand me or be in retaliation just because I'm reporting people covering up misconduct. That almost kills people. Like almost died in this hospital. So yeah, it's a bizarre situation. So that's what I'm doing now. I should be hopefully done all this in the next 2 hours and sitting comfortably back home and just focusing on recovering. So what's the plan? What do you need? And I talked to the Ugandans. They have like a lot of children. It's actually a pretty big thing. And they have really nice guys. There's 3 of them. So they want to build the first government church. And I know you have your cohort. I don't know if you get along with Ugandans. It's Kenya's relationship. I checked the map last night. Nairobi's 500 kilometers from where they are in Kampala. Actually, they're in Jinja. But it's quite a ways. Like in Canada here, you could probably make the trip in 6 hours, 5 or 6 hours. But the roads aren't as good, I don't think, in that area, right? So, what do you think? Let me know. Okay, peace. Come on. I'm actually so tired. Yeah. My Facebook post is still. Yeah. The heck? Did it post? Ah. No. It didn't. Man. Oh man. I am feeling it right now. Oh. And these sudden micro sleeps could also be the refeeding syndrome. Because they're hitting me fast. I'm like falling asleep in front of my phone. Oh, the smell is so bitter. I feel like I'm racing the clock with my friend here. I don't want to keep her waiting because she's at work. She's a senior engineer. All my friends are like senior in their jobs, and I'm still out trying to change the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Fixed. I have a funny feeling it's gonna crash one more time, so I'm just gonna save it all, even though it's an extreme pain in the butt. I'm not happy. It took me several hours to make this, and my first write-up was better. Oh. Oh man, I've already written all these answers. See, microsleep right there. Wow, what the heck, man? Did you see that? Just closed my eyes and I just passed up for a second. Um, Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. I think she's coming. Mm. Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm tired. Okay, done. My friend is responding to me. Can I post this before she gets here? Okay, video 3, she's coming. I'm just about to post this. Okay, let's see if this makes a difference. Okay, publish, post settings, share to groups. Okay, 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 okay. probably have to use the washroom. Done. Share to story. Yes. Save. Post. It worked. Good. Thank the Lord. That only took 20 hours. Okay, it's being done. I guess I don't need to change. I'm so hot. Oh. Well, let's see. 11:26. Maybe people are on their lunch breaks, they'll see it or something. But, okay. This is on 4, but about 1. Okay. She's coming. Ooh. My hand is just throbbing. Okay. Let's go. That's a break. Look at that sick and dehydrated. Let's do this. Mm. 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 Still wobbly. Okay. Still didn't Today might be the first day that I can sleep. I just feel jittery and a little bit weak. Where's my Oh no. Where's my other? I don't know where they put it. Here? Yeah. It's in there. Ouch! What the heck was that? Alright. That was weird. And found it. Good. Good. Ouch. Oh man. Oh. Okay. All right, see you guys when you get back. Okay. Right, I'm back. I did it with my friend, my wonderful friend who's like a blessing in my life, honestly. Okay, now we're gonna try and make something a little more substantial, maybe. Okay. 'Kind of feel like my maybe this is truth. Maybe. 239 people. Oh, good. I think we're on day 407. Okay. So we have the medicine. Yeah, the stuff that was missing yesterday. So the stuff that I dumped, they actually had spare, which they kind of maybe charged me for. They shouldn't have. I don't know. But it's done now. Okay. So we're going to have a couple of those things now. I'm getting like these crazy heat flashes. I was thinking that they would get the blood test done today. But they said, no, I won't know for a couple of days. Which is kind of scary because now you don't know. I don't know how I'm doing. So we'll see. Okay, I guess we don't need to take it. Oh no! All right. Okay, so we got our two cool solids. Okay, here we go. Look, she's giving her. Yeah, we're gonna wash my hands because I was touching the doorhouse. The part of the house. I think I'm gonna run out of milk really soon. I definitely didn't buy enough for all the cereal that I have here. Oh, I gotta do my beans. What's that? Okay, one thing. That's still going okay. Right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh yeah. All right. Cheers. Oh, it's almost done. Mm. Mm. There. Alright, B1. Darn it. I don't have any, Ooh. Okay. That's nice. Mm. Mm. Ugh. Oh, what should I eat now? I could have some noodles. I actually am kind of craving noodles. Let's do that. Oh, I think I probably made it past whatever terrible thing that happened to me. Hopefully, knock on wood. I don't get too crazy yet. All right. What is my bowl? Where's my other bowl though? Bigger bowl that had the Yeah. There we are. All right. Got a little bit left in there. Put a little bit too much sauce in the broth. All right, so a little bit of tamarind in there. Ooh. Ouch. Oh, complicated. Okay. Ooh. You're at home. You're wondering where I am. Here. I'm here. Wash this off. Oh boy. Ooh. Yeah, shoot, trust me, go shoot Chen. Something was last time it tasted very, I don't know, burpy. pretty. Yeah. Yeah. I feel a little off the line. Great. Actually, that's pretty good this time. Not too strong. I really overdid it last night. Oh, God. Mm-hmm. That is otherworldly. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go together now. Right. The thoughts just come out way better. Not so concentrated. I think I so desperate, so hungry last night. I just a couple of things. Okay. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna take a big nap after this. And water is like super warm. All right. Well, bit of an idea. Oh boy. Good. So we could put a little bit of gochujang in there. Play it safe and there. A little bit of olive oil there. Oh, good. Some of the classics. Okay. Put a little bit of shit. I don't know. I'm gonna try that. Oh well, might be a little strong after all, but who cares? Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we got pretty much everything now. Oh, the only draw that like does not come apart. Okay, let's give it a shot. Hmm. Definitely good. It's strong. We need more bean sprouts in there or something. Good. Okay. All right. So. Oh. The whole thing went in. I don't think I want that much. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, that will slowly get better. Hopefully that's slowly. It's chunks of whatever this stuff is. I can't remember my head. I'm gonna go in this today. Just in case. It's coated down, that's for sure. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, I'm exhausted. I do like 100 times a day. Okay, let's see. That does it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if anybody's watching my stream. Thank you for texting my sister. There's something wrong at the hospitals. They treat me like garbage. I'm not going to wait another 18 hours just to be sent home with no food and not even get to sit in a bed. I burn so much energy just sitting there. A couple of posts on my stuff. Flipped it around. Why did it do that? There we go. Oops. Oh, I forgot to buy another cord. Oh, shoot. Shoot, I knew that week. Well. Oh well, I tried. I think I forgot to upload my blood. Alright. I can't really see straight right now. Hmm. Oh, ouch. It tastes chalky. Mm. Yeah, a little bit of cider vinegar will do the job. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. It did. Wow. Holy crap. It brightened my day. My lunch. Oh. Okay, I'm missing like some pretty severe items. So I'm gonna make my next to-do list. Mm. Mm. Oh, okay. That's a little bit too tangy. Huh. I don't know if it's the tip food or if it's my taste buds that are shifting all over the place. Maybe the mouse cooking will help even that out a little. Background, like some moisture in here. Oh. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, night and day. Mm. Mm. My hand is still just hurting. Ugh. Body is exhausted. Ugh, I'm so tired. Ugh. That place is a mess. It's okay, I'm slowly getting on top of it. Alright, I think I just need some sleep and hopefully my blood is okay. I took the phosphate, so hopefully that should be getting it to me. Go to sleep and not wake up. Ugh. It's gonna do something. What was it? What was I gonna do? All right, everybody's coming in here. I just want to lay down actually. I'm thinking. Oh. I'm gonna attempt some bread to like neutralize this thing. Too much vinegar. It's like giving me diarrhea. Welcome, welcome. I'm just having a hard time. I think I need a nap. I just got home and made some food, but for some reason it's like it's never tasting enough. Ooh. It's like it's either too salt. Ooh. Too salty or too sugary. Whereas normally I get it just right. So I'm not sure what's going on. I have some of this sourdough here. I'm probably not supposed to be eating any of this. Well, it's been a week. I've never gone 66 days without food before. This is over double extreme. When I did 28 days, I had to take a week or two to get going. So I think I'm really pushing it here. I don't know, I've never been this far into the rabbit hole. Okay. Oh, I think I might just like ouch! Yeah, the bread goes down hard. It hurts my chest, my esophagus, and the last swallow. I used to have a nice track to put my jacket on. Everything's breaking on me right now. Okay, here we go. Like I got diarrhea now, you guys. I don't know. Ah! Ah! The fun of Hungerstrike. They work. It's very meaningful. Maybe the I'll be back. Here's the other med. It's really just salt, hyper available salt, and thiamine. Let's take off my socks. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little sluggish. It's the sleep. It's got to be the sleep. Hopefully, it's not the electrolytes. Starting to get pretty messy. You're like, look at my stash. I don't like my bed being full of stuff like that. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Holy cow. Oh boy. I'm gonna meet with my boy here. My guy. I'm gonna get onto Cloud Mythos, answer its questions so that I can finish doing the next leg of code. And while it's doing that, I think I'm just gonna sleep. Crashing pretty hard actually. I just love taking pictures of gourmet vegan. It's such a nice little shot. Get a couple of messages on Facebook. Let's share this. Facebook post. Andre Picard just accepted me. I don't think I put my vitals. I don't know. Let's see here. Did I forget to do that? Did I? Probably did, didn't My beard feels itchy. Okay, let's do this. Oh. Oh. Do I have my vitals here? Probably not. None of my vital pictures made it. The whole point was the vitals. My original post had them, and this post deleted it. Of course, not a single vital picture got in. How bizarre is that? That was the whole point of making this post. Oh man, I don't know. Well, this is probably gonna break all the viral algorithms. That's why I don't like having to redo everything. It actually said there was a tag that was put on my profile that made me resubmit it, and it's like intentionally tripping me up. And the AI said, not me. They're saying I was shadow banned. Oh, 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 oh.
I can't find them. My sister's a guilt tripping me right now. Making me feel bad that people are messaging her about an ambulance to come get me. Oh. Oh. Oh God. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Okay, hemoglobin, phosphate, six. Oh man, I missed like all of them. All because Facebook. It's pretty terrible thing. An unexpected error has occurred. 6 minutes. An unexpected error has occurred. Okay. Textual meaning. Did I not upload any of these? Ugh. Mm. Mm. Let's edit all of these. Yeah, how did I not notice that literally none of these things? Yeah. Mm. Come on. Why are you not moving? It's like nothing in my reality seems to work on the first try. A real test of patience. Not really real, but oh wow. This feature's totally broken. Well, looks like I'm putting all the blood test stuff. Um, I just renamed these so they'd be easier to find, but this search algorithm is backwards on this computer. Yeah, I renamed this and it didn't save it that way. Okay. What's going on, Sahan? I just renamed them and I can't find these files easily. Yeah. Okay. Ouch. I'm going around circles. Like, where the heck is this? I'm getting diarrhea. Big time. Ah! Okay, I'm putting it in a special folder. This is ridiculous. I can't find these folders, these files. So, we're going to move to video, new folder, refeeding, else for me. Go. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, those two have got to be there now. Okay. And where's the 10-minute video? Yeah. Ouch. That's what happens in blood water. Oh. 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 We reached an all-time new high, 317 subscribers. Woo, woo, woo. Broke the ceiling, you guys. Good job. Whoever you are. Ouch. Ow. Hurt. Okay, I thought I uploaded this already. Alright, let's re-upload it. It doesn't look like I even uploaded it, so we're going to do that now. Yeah, it's nowhere on here. Okay, what am I doing? Oh. Uh-oh. It looks like it's deleted. I don't tell me. Okay. There. Finally got it. Okay. That explains that. Let that upload for there. Okay, so this is almost done. Kind of. Oh. Mm. Mm. Oh. Ooh. Are you in the right room, son? I think you're in the other room. Yeah, MBB, not the MBX. Is that a banana? Yeah, if they're starchy bananas, man, I've had to do that. When I was so hungry, I just had to chew on them. Like when they're woody, it's disgusting, but it gets the job done. Yeah, just wondering where you're at here. I'm just trying to fix my post because my blood pressure tests aren't on there. I'm trying to fix that right now while I'm waiting for you. Ouch. Oh. Mm. Mm. Oh. 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 Mm. It hurts. That's why I have to keep the water topped up. Oh. Ouch. Mm. Mm. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Ugh. Get another heat flash here. Holy smokes, man. Ugh. Just cooking all of a sudden here. I don't even want to wear my hat. Ouch. Quite extensively now. Mm. Last but not least. More minutes to go. Did we finish this? It's already 3 o'clock. Maybe afternoon. There. Oh. Oh. All right. Last picture. Okay. Hmm. 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 Okay. Let's put this guy. Come on, man. Not hard to log in.
Mark is calling me. Mark is calling me.
So,
Hello, big man.
so are you coming in or what's happening? Done.
Just winding off.
Oh yeah, just tell me, right? If you're gonna need like a half an hour, just let me know so I'm not sitting there. I thought when I said are you coming in, I thought I thought you were gonna come in within like 30 seconds. But if you're taking time to eat, just say hey, I need 30 minutes to eat, and then we'll just meet after.
Okay, okay. I'll finish it really.
Okay, we'll take like 5-10 more minutes because I'll finish eating my stuff too, and then we'll chat a little bit more.
Okay,
Okay, must be late there.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
talk to you in a minute.
Peace.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want the zigzag one. What is it? That's so bizarre. Why can't I find this? Ah, last piece of the puzzle. Okay. I'll do it the poor man's way. Okay. Almost done. Holy cow. Wow. Okay, I did it. It's done. Holy. It's on.
Yes, big man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fading pretty fast, but I really wanted to see how you're doing. So what's up? Let's
Yeah,
check.
I'm doing great. Just a little bit sad.
Why?
I've been up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why you been up and down though?
I had to get some stuff for the house. Cause it's a weekend.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you couldn't afford it?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's try and take care of that now. Let's see what I got left.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I hit a wall pretty hard just now. I ate and I just like went into a food coma almost. Like kept myself awake. I tried so hard to keep myself awake, and then I'm like micro sleeping, and then I'm like finding myself half awake, half asleep, waking up. So I guess I fell asleep. But yeah, we'll do this for a bit. We'll take care of the page here. I'm just gonna look it up quickly, and then see what we have to work with here. Because I was planning to be in hospital with them feeding me, right? Feeding me the main meals, and then they kicked me out. Now I have to pay for all my own meals, which is not good. So yeah, exactly. I don't feel good about it. So let's see here.
Now, weekend is somehow better. You can decide tomorrow not to turn up, so and then you have tomorrow and Sunday. Actually, it's already today, so it's not amazing.
Hold on something here. Okay. Okay, how much do you want to sell, Sahan?
In terms of
In terms of the work we did with this last hunger strike, getting everybody, trying to get everybody organized, how much time do you think you put in?
so are you asking in terms of time or
Yeah, time that you put in, and then we'll just say like how many days. Well, if we say how many days worth, I guess. Like if we paid $8 a day, and like how much is $8? That's 8 hours of work, right?
$8 a day?
Yeah, like at your construction job,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. It depends on the requirements that we need. We need almost 324 people, right?
Yeah, 324. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we are 223 lakhs, I checked. So that means we still have 100 to go. If I can set the pace, then within a few days, we are that's 324, and then we can. So I can really go hard on this in 2 days, and then I can see. So we can see what rate is it growing, then we can decide. So for tomorrow, I won't show up. No. So let's try 2 days. I go hard on it, and then we see what is the success rate, and then we can gauge now how many days we can need.
Yeah, but this is for the last one. Like right now, I spent a little bit too much on my foods. Like I bought some cleaning products and a bunch of things. So my sister's gonna transfer me some money. Like she was gonna buy the groceries, like for me to keep eating here and this medicine and stuff like that. So I just got all my medicine now. It was in total it was like $100, which kind of is a lot. So I'm gonna wait for her to send me a couple $100 because we still have to pay for one more month of Cloud Mythos, right, to get the software going. That's $300. So we'll probably spend all this month trying to get us up to 300 and like we want to go to 324, but we want to overshoot by roughly 20%, right? Because usually 20% of people don't show up, and it worked pretty good for this last one. So let's try that again. So we'll try 20% more on three. What is 20% more on 320? It would be something like 350 people, I think, right? Let me see.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost us about $1,000 to pay them all to do. Well, to be honest, we only need to really do 1 hour if we have 372, but there's something wrong with the numbers. So I gotta go look at the numbers because right now the way the numbers are, it's like if we do an absolute meeting, it's like 58,000 blessings. So we go from making like 5,000 or 6,000 blessings an hour to 58,000 an hour. So it's like a multiple by 100, which I don't think I intended that to be that drastic. But I have to fix that. But that's what I'm fixing right now with the Claude. So I have to do some legal stuff, and then I have to. I took care of all this other stuff, right? So the thing is, the money that we have spare, it was supposed to go towards the food, right? Like at the hospital, but they're being real jerks about it, unfortunately. So anyway, we have to adapt. That's all we gotta do, man. We just gotta, as long as we try our best, God's finding a way. So let me do this though. I want to help you out quite a bit here. I want your wife to believe in this, right? I want her to be like, this is worth it. So let me see here. So if we have 350, 324 times 0.2, that's 20%. So we need to have 64 extra. Really, that's actually a pretty big number. Maybe 10% more. But let's see here. If we have 300 and 24 plus 64, it'd be 388 would be a 20% overshoot. So, well, if we get it, we get it. Like, if the numbers are increasing, we get it. So I have like $100 left in my bank right now, Sahan. And we need $300 like spare, and that's what my friend Johnny gave me for the AI. So if my sister gives me 200, we have 300 just right there. Oh, that's what's missing. Now I'm like, man, I thought I had an extra 100. Like, I got a government benefit, and the government benefit came into my other bank account. Perfect, good. Now it's balanced. Now, okay, good. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, good. That worked out actually now. So my intuition is saying to give you like $50 to $80. Let me just see here. And you said that Ebubeshi didn't help at all?
Yeah, so actually I think we had because the way she was talking, she was like she don't want to commit to like a bunch of people. Then I assured her that I'm the one going to sort all that stuff, but she didn't text anything about that. So I say it's okay. I don't know why she's quite resistant to this. The whole thing.
Yeah, I know, me too. So I messaged Esther.
Last I checked, she left the group, right?
Say it again?
Last I checked, she left the group.
What, did she? Oh. Okay, no problem. There's plenty of. We should focus on this 177 and get our leaders. We should figure out who our leaders are. So, oh, perfect. The money came in. Nice. Okay, so we're okay now. All right. So what I'll do, just let me figure this out for a second. I'm a little bit slow. Like my thinking's a little bit slower than normal. I really think it's just because I'm not sleeping enough yet, but I doubt that might change. Okay. It actually didn't give me as much as it said it was going to. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Let's move this over. Okay. So, how much, like, what did you need to work on the house with Sahan? Like, how much did you need to get that finished?
Oh gosh, I know it's finishing it, so I have to get a calculator.
Like, are you fixing the roof or something?
No. For the house, like, these are The groceries, um, food stuff, and all that.
And you couldn't how many you worked all week and you can't afford the groceries?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
I told you, like, I was up and down collecting those stuff. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. I got you.
yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
let's do this then. Okay, so I'm supposed to do.
So I only do it once in a week, probably the weekend, every Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, just like that to collect some stuff, keep us for the week. Yeah.
Okay, and you didn't have enough between you and your wife, like working her job and then your construction job?
Yeah, yeah. It's enough.
Okay. It is enough.
It's uh not to that extent of luxury or something, but it's just enough. It's balanced.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Put this together. Okay. Okay, so I was hoping to get $170 from the government, and they didn't give me that. They gave me 111. So we're $60 short of what I wanted. So in total, in my bank account, we're at 215. If my sister gave me 200, then that brings me to 400. That means we have $100 over, so that I can afford Cloud Mythos. So we have basically $100 to buy whatever food I need left, and then to keep you going as well. So why don't we just do this for now? Like, why don't I send you, like, I don't know, what's $50? If I sent you $50, that is how many days worth? 55. My math isn't as good as it used to be. So $50 would be four. Uh, would be
4,000.
six. Yeah, it'd be like almost 6.5 days, almost 6.5 full days worth of work. So a whole week worth of full time work. Almost. Well, no,
Yeah.
6.5 days. So I mean, that's pretty good, right? That should pay your groceries for the month, shouldn't it? Or at least for a week or two.
Yeah.
Right? So we'll try that for now, and because most of the time you were idling there until we got serious, like 2 or 3 days before, and then that's when the magic started happening. So just right now, we're gonna have to fundraise all this money. But that's why we have to get the software going. That's why I need at least one more month, is because I think if we get the software working really, really smoothly, then I can go and help fundraise with it. And I think we're gonna kick some serious butt. So here, I'll send you this 50 right now, and that'll get you through like this week and next week.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's almost as if you didn't like. It's almost as if you worked a whole week full time. But for me, Sahan, I'll just let you know, because you're working on God stuff. When I pay for a full day, right? Because it's not hard labor, it's not high skilled labor. We're not really, we're pioneering here with something that's meaningful. You work my full day. So what I consider a full day of work, and I don't get paid, right? Nobody pays me. I do this because we're all gonna die soon, and God pays me with just the fact that we're gonna live, right? So, what I consider a full day's worth of work is 18 hours, but that's not human for most people who have children. So I think that a full day is something like 15 waking hours, like whatever you can stay awake for, with one nap. So I usually sleep for something like 4 to 6 hours maximum in the nighttime. Lately, for some reason, it's been 3.5, 4, and then I take a 2-hour nap in the afternoon. So, and then I just keep working into the night. So that's kind of that's how I divide my day in half, because I can't work straight. I burn out. It's too much for for my nervous system. But for most people, if they do 6 hours of sleep and then they do 2 hours in the afternoon, just like even take a break and play with your kid or whatever, that's sort of like what I think will allow us to move at a rate that's fast enough. And if we stay in touch like during the day, then we can really like get things done quickly. If I could share the AI with you, then you could also work on the code. But I can't find a way to share it. It won't let me share the Claude instance because I think they know. Actually, you know what? You know what, Sahan? I might give you the password to my Claude account. I'm just kind of worried that if they detect it from Nigeria, because I can use the web version and the Claude Code version. So I'll use the advanced version of Claude Code, and if you use the web version, you can use that to code too. But we'll figure it out. But for now, I think I'll take on the code. You take on organizing that group and getting that spreadsheet made. I should actually pay based on tasks.
Yeah.
We should actually pay based on GST. Oh man, that would actually be pretty good. A way to like we should use the system to do the payments.
Yeah.
Okay, when do you need to go grocery shop? Like, do you have groceries right now?
Yes.
You do? Where'd you go? What's that? Say again, Sahan. I couldn't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the last like 10 seconds, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I was just asking how much we could use the system to do the payments on like actual what can get, we can actually pay by task and use this system because when you take on a task, right, you can put money with it and we can mark it off as complete and start using the system. But here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna give you like 50 just to get us through this next couple of weeks, and then we'll just like once I get the software working even better, then we'll start to take the 170 person groups and putting them into the system and using the hold on hold on. Hello.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Is Mark there, please?
Okay, great. Yes, I am Mark McCormack, and I think I know who this is. Is this patient relations? Oh, hold on, no. Yeah, patient relations AHS.
Yes, it is. My name is Sheena, and I'm a patient relations consultant with Alberta Health Services. I was assigned your file, and just wanted to follow up with you today because I noticed in the file it states that you were to be discharged on June 30th, and you had concerns with respect to your pending discharge. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's absolutely correct.
And I see that our intake coordinator recommended that you speak directly to the manager of the unit that you were being discharged from to have your issues addressed. Were you able to have that conversation with the manager?
Well, I called in, and Sahan, I just sent you the money, but it'll take 9 hours for you to get it. The manager, there was no manager. There was a site manager or a site person, and then she came, but she was also the charge nurse. So I guess they merged for emergency. They put the charge nurse and the site manager for the emergency ward as one person. So that woman showed up. Yeah, she showed up, and she showed up with a peace officer. And I thought, oh, awesome! We get a peace officer for this PR, the AHS patient relations, the patient concern reconciliation process, the PCRP, I think you guys call it. And they have to go through all my complaints, right? So I think Rule 6.1 is you have to actually address the substance of all the complaints of a patient. So I was going to lead us through that as a challenging the discharge and saying what I was disappointed in and concerned about. So she walks into the room and she says, "Mr. McCormick, you have been I was like in the middle of eating this tray of food because my life-threatening injury is a hunger strike, and so like hunger is my life-threatening condition. So I kind of begged him. I said, look, I'm the only guy probably in the entire emergency ward that's here because I just need to eat food. And I'm the only person not eating food this morning. Could I get anything vegan, anything at all? And they brought me a tray. And this nurse said to me, I said, do I have time to eat this? Because I'm waiting for this PCRP process to get going with the site manager. And she says, yeah, you have plenty of time to eat this. And it was a single piece of bread with a juice with a soy milk and some cream. And I didn't have time to finish it. This woman just showed up and she said, I'm this woman, charge nurse and the site manager. You've been discharged, Mr. McCormick. Go ahead, peace officer. And the peace officer came, took my tray away. I didn't get to finish eating, started picking up all my stuff and kicked me out of the hospital. So I don't really know if that's how the PCRP process is supposed to go, but it didn't go very well for me.
Well, so our PCRP process when you contact patient relations is that if you have a concern with regards to the standard or the type of care that you receive at a facility under AHS, is that you are able to file a concern or complaint. And then what I do as a consultant is I take that concern down and I forward that concern to the operational leadership of that department. So in this case, it sounds like the site manager would be the person I would be directing the care to, was already present and spoke to you. Is that correct? Am I hearing that properly?
Yeah, she was the same person. Like, I heard that you go to the charge nurse and the charge nurse contacts you guys, right, on behalf of the patient. And they also contact the site manager. So I guess it doesn't matter because I contacted both of them anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, so one of two things happen is that typically when a patient has concerns with the care that they're getting, well, they're actively in care. So in your case, you were actively being treated or looked after in the emergency department, is that you would reach out to request to speak to the manager in real time at that point of care. It's called that point of care contact for you because you're actively being cared for in the emergency department. However, that being said, though, upon discharge, if you have concerns with the type of care that you've received, you can certainly contact us, which you did, to share your concerns, and we can forward those concerns on your behalf to the appropriate department for them to review. Now, they have up to 30 days to review the concern and to provide me with a response, at which point I follow up with you to provide you with their answer to that response. And then if you're not satisfied with that, we can escalate it to a higher level of operational leadership for review and investigation. So that's our PCRP process.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the point of care, like that's where her and I met, and I that's what I thought it was real time. It's like I can stop this discharge now, so that I don't go home and die. And my concern is even right now, like I just made a Facebook post asking people to watch my live stream overnight so that I don't like go into a coma or die or something because they're like when I have a prescription here for sodium phosphate because that's what depletes when you're in refeeding syndrome and your blood and everything goes down and you can die. So I was trying to find how to buy this stuff, and I was asking like the AIs, and the AIs wouldn't tell me how to buy it myself because they said you shouldn't be doing this by yourself. You should be in the emergency ward and they should be watching you, right? And I said, well, and that's exactly what 811 did. Like the registered nurses at 811, they said, well, tell us your symptoms, Mark. We're registered nurses. We can triage you. I said, you can triage me over the phone? And they said, yeah, we're a real service. I said, wow, that's incredible. It's like 1:30 in the morning. And I said, well, I'm I'm dizzy a little bit, and my legs are weak. I can't walk properly. I'm still like way underweight. My BMI is like is under 18.6 or whatever that malnutrition is. I said I think I have to like gain 40 more pounds to get back to where I was, and I said to her, then there's something really strange going on too. Is like on my right hand, I can't feel my pinky finger, and my ring finger is getting worse too. They're numb, and the whole left, like the whole side of my palm, is numb too, right under the pinky, right down to like my wrist. And I said I can still like I have some strength. I can still bend it, but I can't feel it. And she said, "Is it just on your right hand?" I said, "Yeah, my left hand is totally fine." And she said, "That's a 911 call." And I said, well, "Why is that a 911 call?" I told the doctor that, yeah, I said this is happening. And they didn't seem to be freaked out. And she said, "No, that means you could have brain damage." I was like, "Well, that's what I thought." And they didn't seem to care. I actually asked for an MRI, a requisition form, so that if it is brain damage, it doesn't get worse while we're waiting. I said, can I just get it done now? So that if it is brain damage, we're not going to wait 3 weeks from now or 6 months from now, and then it's like permanent. And I said, this is probably one of those things where it qualifies. You know, like I went 66 days without food. Like that's almost superhuman. I almost, like I thought I was going to. Yeah, I was accessing my charter rights. So it's a protected body autonomy of Section 7. What is it called? It's your right to security of person, and my Section 2A, my religious rights, because it's a spiritual hunger strike. We're starting God's government, basically, or trying to anyway. And then it's my Section 2B rights to engage the media and express myself, freedom of expression. And then number 3, peaceful expression. And yeah, and then, you know, it's a peaceful protest for against something called the Megacrisis, where, you know, experts are saying that our chances of perishing in the next couple of years and hitting tipping points that are irreversible in cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health are all converging all at the same time. So my protests are to speed up action. That's what it's all about. I have a solution.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a solution.
And so, okay, and so, so it sounds like when you had your concern addressed with your department, is that correct?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, my question is that when you spoke to the site manager, did she address your concern that you had? I wasn't clear what the actual concern was. Was it the concern that you were being discharged and you felt that you weren't ready to be discharged, or I'm trying to ascertain the initial concern?
Yeah, I actually wrote out all my concerns here, so I have a list, and that's because the PCRP process says that you should have them listed out clearly. So I think I have 5 of them, and I'm just gonna pull them up here for you quickly. So what I see here is okay. I wrote it on the bottom of one of my sheets here. Okay. Interesting. What I can see here. It's actually quite a few things, but it's all started with this kind of treatment in the emergency ward when I got there. That they made me stay out for 2 hours in the waiting room when I was clearly in a my organs were failing, and for some reason and I was tachycardic, and I stayed out there for 2 hours in agonizing pain, them watching me puke continuously, just watching me there. And I felt like there was something wrong with that. So that was one of the things that started off with me just arriving at the hospital with a friend. Let's see here. I'm concerned that hunger strikes aren't taken seriously, and that there's a prejudice against people who go on hunger strikes. And this leads to the next concern that I had, which was when I was finally admitted, and I went to the emergency room. I was given a Filipino nurse, and I had no problems. As long as there's open communication, no problems. But this woman hurt me quite badly when I was back there in two ways. First was that when she put the IVs into my arm, she put the big needles into small veins, and then she pumped the fluid into my arm at maximum rate, 999 milliliters per second. And it hurt so badly, my arm seized up. And I grabbed my arm and I said, "You're hurting me. Stop the machine." And she let it run for minutes. And I was tempted to rip the needles out of my arm. It hurt so badly. And now I have bruises on my arm. So I told the other nurses, I said, "I don't care what, if it looks fine." I said, "I don't know what it is, but it hurts badly to put any fluid in there now." I said, "Can you just take out everything she touched and just do it on the other arm? Because I think this woman is not having a good day, or she's taking out her anger on me or something." And she actually came up to me and I said, "You know, my arm really hurts now. Can we take the needles out and try a different arm?" And she says, "You deserve to be, like, for what you did to your body, you deserve to be in pain." And she meant the hunger strike. And first of all, that's condescending my charter protected rights, which he has no right to do. And number two, anybody that seeks harm towards the patient should be immediately removed. So as soon as she said that, I asked for a different nurse right away. And I think this is around 4 a.m. And so all the other nurses wouldn't come for a whole hour, but then she had to get her shift taken off. And then when she left, a younger nurse came, and then I immediately said, "Can you take these needles out and do a whole new setup?" And so they looked at it, and they changed it. But I said, "Yeah, I don't know if this woman hurt me. Like, she put so much fluid in, I got a headache. Like, she was pumping fluid into me so cold, I was shivering." And then this young woman comes in. I said, "Is there some way you can, like, warm me up somehow?" And she said, "Yeah, we can actually warm up this bag and run it into you." I said, "Oh my gosh, can you do that?" And she did it. It was amazing. I started warming up. And then I got a headache, and it felt like I couldn't breathe with my chest when this woman was putting so much fluid in me. And after this initiative, I only saw double. Like, when I looked at things that were further than my feet, like in the bed, everything was double. Like, I couldn't focus my eyes, and that's never been a problem before. So I thought, my God, she gave me brain damage. Like, I was in a sensitive spot already. My capillaries are all dried up, and my brain is already gone 66 days without food, which is like the absolute limit of survival. And she just pumped my brain with all this fluid, this cold fluid. So I thought maybe she damaged my brain. And then on top of my hand was already starting to hurt by that point from the needle she put in and whatever. So I thought it might be a good reason to get a brain scan for a secondary reason for what that woman did. And I actually puked for, like, I came in puking, and then I puked for another 7 or 8 or 9 hours straight until 5 a.m. And I was exhausted because I couldn't sleep. Like, I was puking all the time. And I'm like, what is going on? I said, why am I not getting better? Like, why do I feel like I'm being tortured? I'm in total pain now. So I'm not getting better. And I said, something's wrong, you guys. Something's wrong here. Can somebody come help me? And as soon as that woman got off shift and this other woman touched me, she put the warm fluid in. They redid all the IVs. They gave me a freezy so my mouth didn't taste like puke. And I stopped puking within the hour. So I don't know what the heck. And they slowed down the pump too. And everything was fine. So I don't know. Her name was Jen. I don't know if Nurse Jen was having a very bad day. But what she did was inappropriate, and it might be why my hand might be permanently damaged. But luckily, my vision was only double for, well, I think it was 3/4 of a day. By the evening, my vision was straightening out. It was still blurry. I couldn't see things clearly far away, but at least it wasn't double anymore. but that doesn't mean there's not brain damage somewhere. So one of the doctors said that she was willing to consider doing an MRI. Yeah, actually, one of the internal doctors down in the emergency ward, Dr. Kassam, I think was one of them. They were entertaining it, but they said we got to pass you to the special ward of internal medicine. So I went into the special ward, and I thought they had transferred the information over to the other doctor. But it turns out this other doctor was having a very bad time too. And they made me, they fed me for 1 day. It was great. The nurses were absolutely the best care I've ever had. Honestly, they were so, except for Beverly. Beverly was like making fun. She's like, she said, why are you on the hunger strike? Are you stupid? And I said, okay, first of all, that's insulting. And you have no right to say that to me. But I think it was a cultural thing. And at first I thought she was joking, but she wasn't joking. So I was like, okay, this could be a problem. But she got off shift right away. And then the new shift got on, then there was no problems. So what ended up happening, though, was they asked me to stop eating for the evening in the morning so that we could go do this ultrasound. And I didn't want to do a CAT scan because they had already done 5 CAT scans during the year. Because every time I do a hunger strike, I come in and I get scanned. And doing 5, X-rays in 1 year plus a 6th one, I just said, it's too much, you guys. I'm going to get cancer from this. So I said, I would rather do an MRI all at once. One for my brain, one for my hips, or whatever else we need to do. But I said, I'm done with X-rays. I'll do an ultrasound, though. And they said, okay, well, you're going to stop eating for the ultrasound. And it's a small thing, Sheena, to say stop eating for 6 to 10 or 12 hours. But when somebody has already gone 66 days through absolute agony and they start to eat without throwing up, asking them to stop eating is like trying to stop a train. It is hard to stop somebody who is literally starving from eating. And I did it. I did it for 10 hours, I think, only to wake up in the morning to my doctor being late and saying they didn't confirm the appointment and that we have to book the ultrasound for Monday. So I starved myself again for no reason, and I started resuming eating right away. And then they said you have to do that again, but starting earlier in the evening on the Sunday, the next day. And I got so mad. And I said, okay, did you guys confirm it this time? And they said, no, it's not confirmed. I said, I'm not stopping to eat then. It's so inconsiderate to ask me to stop eating when my injury and life-threatening condition is about hunger. So I said, the only reason why I want to get the ultrasound out of the way is so you can see my intestines before I start eating. So they're pure, right? It's like how it actually is before I change my setting. They might not believe that I went 66 days. I actually recorded it 24/7 on my stream, so there's proof I actually did it. But there's already rumors going around that the nurses didn't think I actually did that. I would die. Most people think I would die. I thought I was going to die, but I did it, and I lived. And they said my stores might have adapted over the last 30 hunger strikes I've done, so now my body is resilient in some way. So anyway, the doctor, I was wondering who this doctor was because I was really offended. So I was like, okay, whatever, you know what? I'm going to try and get up on a good foot. I'm so happy to be in the care of these nurses. They're just amazing. And the vegan menu was actually pretty decent, and they're giving me twice as many items, and it was really quite good. To be honest, it was some of the best care I've ever had. So I was looking forward to meeting this doctor. I think, man, if she's anything like this crew, I'm in heaven. So sorry for the long story, but I think the context is important here, that I'm not out to hurt anybody. I just think that what happened was dangerous. So those are the first complaints. There's only two major ones. There's 3 technically with the discharge. But this doctor came in and she was rushing around. And she comes behind the curtain and talks to me. She talks to me for maybe a minute and a half, and rushes everything. And her bedside manner was not cordial. It was rushed. She didn't even touch my feet or anything. She just came and put her stethoscope on my heart. She listened for about 10 seconds, and then she walked away. She said, "Do you need any fluids?" I said, "Well, I was thinking about omega-3s because I haven't had omega-3s or fats for, over 2 months, and I'm worried that combined with the other, hundreds of days of hunger, that I might be getting brain damage. So is there a way that I can get some vegan omega-3s, either in pill form or in the bag?" And she says, "I don't know, but I can go look into that." I said, "Oh, thank you very much." And I said some other things. So she went and left, and I thought she was going to go look into it and then come right back. But she came back and went to the other bed and treated him very quickly, like, within 30 seconds to a minute, just like done. She ran through all of us in no time. So I thought, okay, she's late. She's doing her rounds late. Something's going on. She seems overwhelmed. So I said, "Doctor, are you coming back?" And she said, "No, I'm leaving for today." And I thought, that's kind of rude because we didn't even talk about the ultrasound yet. Like, is it booked? So I said, "Can I just ask you a couple more questions?" And she kind of stormed back. And I said, "Did you go and find out anything with the Omega stuff?" And she crossed her arms, rolled her eyes, and she said, "Look, you're not going to get it, okay? It's just not going to happen." And I said, "Okay." And then I said, "About the ultrasound then, is you're going to have to stop eating. And we'll try and do it on Monday." I said, "We're going to try, or is it actually going to have to confirm? We'll find that out soon." And then she just walked away. And I thought, okay, I'm getting a new doctor. Whenever I have a doctor like that, it never ends well. And she was underestimating the hunger. And whenever anybody underestimates that, like these kind of conditions, you die by accident. So I said, okay. I brought in the nurse, and I said, "Nurse, can I please switch my doctor right now?" I said, "You don't have to tell the doctor or whatever. I don't need to talk to the doctor again. I'll go to a different ward, or a different doctor can come and check on me, and she can check on her patients and whatever if you can't find another bed." I said, "I'll do anything to get under different supervision." I said, "You guys are great. No problem with the nurses at all. You guys are great." I said, "It's just that I had a really unsettling interaction with the doctor." So she said, "Yeah, I'll start making the phone calls," and she said, "I'll talk to the charge nurse," and it's like, great. And it turns out the charge nurse didn't know, so somehow the message didn't transmit. So then I said, "Okay, yeah, I just had a run-in with the doctor, and I didn't feel cared for." So I said, instead of causing a big fuss and drama, I'm trying to get her to do all these things. I'll just move to a different place. And one of the nurses or one of the people there said, they didn't even know what veganism was. And I thought, oh, this is also not a good thing. But one of the nurses was great, brought in the dietitian before the weekend on the Friday, and the dietitian showed me an extra menu and all this amazing cool stuff they did. And I said, "Oh my gosh." She says, "Yeah, just order off of this, anything you want, and you'll have lots." And I was like, "That's amazing." And she says, "Yeah, we've been working on it." It's like, perfect, great. So it was really just the doctor now that was a problem. And the charge nurse said he would take care of it. So a day or two goes by, and everything's fine, and I'm eating. And my complaint about the doctor having bad bedside manners and being aggressive and all these types of things was one of the complaints I was going to file too. But then another scarier incident happened, but this time it happened with the nurses. And one of the things is I noticed that a couple of nurses were prejudiced against hunger strikes, right? They're thinking I'm an idiot. And they didn't think that I was really having a problem. Like, they're saying you're, basically taking up a bed that other people can have. And I'm thinking they don't understand that, how charter rights are protected. So anyway, the complaint is they were neglecting this woman and neglecting to fill up the waters in time. And water for me on the hunger strike has been very important because even though I had bags on me, IV bags, your mouth is dry very, very fast. So you can't swallow properly, you can choke very easily. And when you don't eat for 66 days, if you don't use it, you lose it. Like, your jaws get weak, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens that increases hazards of choking and biting your tongue and your cheeks, whatever. So they were neglecting this old woman that was like a couple of beds down from me. she would just start yelling out, "Is somebody gonna help me? I need to go to the bathroom." And I thought, oh, maybe she has Tourette's or something, or maybe she has OCD. And no, it actually turned out she was just literally being neglected. She was pressing her emergency button, and it would take them like an hour to get her to the washroom. And I thought that's kind of unacceptable. So one day, I think it was on Sunday or Saturday, she had an accident. Like she tried to get up herself, and she peed all over, and she puked, and she fell down, and it was a big thing. And it took 3 hours for them to clean up the mess. But they had to take the bed out, and so it delayed the food from coming. So all of our trays, or at least my tray, was put off to the side because they couldn't get past this big mess to get to my bed. And I'm sitting there starving, right? Like I can't wait to eat this food, and I'm already a slow eater. Like I have to eat more slowly because my digestion is not working properly. So, so this is taking quite a while, right, to say this, but it's important. So I finally get my tray, and the food staff come up to my room and they say, "Why aren't you finished eating?" They start berating me, like, "Why aren't you finished eating? It's been like an hour or two." And I said, "I just got my tray. It was an hour late. I'm trying to eat. I'm on Hungerstrike. I just need some time." And they stormed off. And so there's like a domino effect happening, where first of all the woman was neglected and then had a big accident, and now all the nurses were working on her, and we're filling up the water cups and everything for everybody else. And then the tray and the staff and they got angry because I've been slow already. So now I'm under pressure to eat quickly, and there's no water in my room. So my mouth gets dry, and they're still cleaning up. So I say, okay, well I can probably eat the lettuce. I can eat something wet, and I won't choke on it. So I try and eat the lettuce, and it gets stuck, and I start choking. And I'm like, when you choke, your whole chest seizes up. And so I press my emergency button, and luckily the nurse, who was like literally like 15 feet away, like two or three curtains over, gets up, and she turns off my emergency button. Like, oh good, she sees it's me. And then she goes right back to the old woman and ignores me. And I'm like, oh my God. And I press the emergency button, and she goes up and she turns it off, and then goes back to the old woman. And I start freaking out. I'm going to die. And I press it a third time, and luckily it dislodges on its own. And she goes and she turns it off a third time, does not check on me, and then goes to the old woman. I timed it. It was 6 more minutes after that last one. She finally came and checked on me. And I was so mad. But I stayed calm, and I said, look, something very dangerous just happened here, and it's not okay. I said, you don't ignore these emergency buttons because it could actually be an emergency. And if you didn't neglect this poor woman, there wouldn't have been a big accident that created a domino effect, that created the pressure that made me want to eat when there was no water around. So I said, this is called the Swiss cheese model of operational safety, where there's a whole bunch of little holes, and if they all line up at just the right time, somebody dies or gets seriously hurt. And I said, that person just so happened to be me, because it's underestimating how serious my condition is, that I could just choke to death. Like, eating is a hazard for me. So I said, yeah, for the first 2 weeks, I'm really, really vulnerable, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like I have a condition. So I said, I need you guys to take my condition seriously, and that when somebody rings their emergency bell 3 times, you at least come and check on them for 10 seconds. And I said, that woman was in the bed. She was safe. All you guys were doing was cleaning up the floor or whatever, the last thing. And I said, I don't even know why the food staff were upset. Like, why would they come yell at me that I wasn't finished my food? So, and I had to actually get them to find my food. I had missed another tray earlier, and I'm like, I don't want to miss another tray because I'm hungry. So this is where things start to go downhill very quickly, because I thought, okay, you know what, they're going to take this seriously. You know, I almost died. Felt like I almost died, and it's all because there's a little bit of incompetency here. Like, you don't ignore a safety button like that. So I said, there might just need to be retraining or whatever. I didn't see like, there's no malice. I don't think she tried to hurt me at all. I just think that there was a dangerous precedent set that you could ignore safety buttons, and that's what they did with the old woman too, was they just ignored her. So it was really neglect on the woman, on the old woman, and neglect with me, where the water should have been priority, and there should have been other people on the ward, like looking at other people. So there's something going on in the ward where there's a lot of dangerous things happening. I realized, and I said, okay, as long as you report, I want the doctors to know, and I want the charge nurse to know, and I want it in the medical notes. Because the last time I was in hospital, that didn't happen, and they just don't do anything. So she said, yeah, I'll do all of it. And then 10 hours goes by, and the charge nurse comes, and I said, so what did you think of the report? And he said, well, what report? And I said, the report that you were supposed to make about this near miss, this incident that had happened with me and this old woman and the food and everything. And he's like, I have no idea about that. So I said, you mean the nurse who told me that she told you did not tell you? And he said, yes. So I said, that's pretty serious. So we call her in and we're saying, okay, when I asked you to tell the doctor and the nurse, the charge nurse, you're supposed to tell them. And she just acted like she didn't know anything. So I said, does the doctor actually know what happened? And, well, no, we're going to go, now the charge nurse, yeah, we're going to go tell the doctor right now. And I'm thinking to myself, actually, I kind of want to talk to the doctor directly. And they said, well, you can't. She's like at home. She's not here. I said, yeah, but she's on call. She's supposed to be here. There's an emergency. This constitutes an emergency. But it's like they weren't taking me seriously. So long story short, there's a shift change. And they say to this old woman, we're not going to neglect, they didn't say we're not going to neglect you again, but they're saying if you need anything, we're going to make sure we're on it. And I actually used my call bell to get her, to get them to come help the woman. And they came up to me and got mad at me. He says, only use your bell for you. I said, I'm a social creature. If she's in pain, I'm in pain. But I said, I get you. I understand you. I'm just saying, please don't neglect this woman again. And right before shift change, this woman says, her name was Sharon. She said to the old woman, well, the old woman's like, I need to go to the washroom. She said, okay, 5 minutes. I'm going to go find you somebody else so that she can keep doing her shift work. And so an hour goes by, shift change is done, nobody's around, and this poor woman starts yelling, and it like jarred me and this other guy across the room. He's like, oh! Because she just starts yelling out of nowhere. And it's like, if we're taking a bite to eat, we could choke again. And I'm like, holy jeez, man. And I remembered, I overheard, she was supposed to get taken to the bathroom. And here we are an hour later, and she's neglected again. So this woman, Jency, the new charge nurse, comes into my room, and I said, hey, there's something very serious that has happened. Did you talk to, Sharon about it? And she said, Mark, I'm late. I gotta like get your blood pressure and get everything done. And I'm like thinking to myself, oh my God, this really is the Swiss cheese model. Like they haven't even started the shift, and already they're rushing after there was already an incident, and I almost died. And the whole, I could just see alarm bells flashing in my head. And I'm like, somebody's going to die here. And I said, you know what? She started dominating me. She's like, stop yelling at me, and blah, blah, blah. I said, no, this woman just needs to be taken to the, I got my stuff. And she just wouldn't let me talk. And so I just stopped talking. And then she just kept talking over me, and then kept doing my blood pressure. And I was thinking to myself, like, what's the point of doing my blood pressure if I'm dead? It's like, I'm trying to make some sense out of this. And that culture of domination is not listening. It's the kind of thing that creates more accidents. And I've studied this stuff, and I work in the oil patch, and I could just see it happening. Bad culture, bad work ethic, all this type of stuff was piling up. And they had started so good, but now all of a sudden it was like really bad. So I became worried that if I didn't speak to the doctor or somebody with authority, these nurses were just going to keep covering everything up. And whenever there's a cover up or they're not reporting incidents, it's like, how many more incidents until it gets so bad that somebody has to report it because there was a fatality or something that couldn't get covered up. So I was, studying these things and wanting to leave the room entirely. So the last straw for me, this is all one complaint, by the way, and it's about accountability and those emergency clickers and the wrong attitude. So it was about midnight, and I usually go to bed at 2 a.m. Like I only need about 3-4 hours of sleep. to function during the day plus a nap. And it was about midnight, and I said, I had made a legal request. I said I'd like my medical notes to be printed and put on my table so I can show other nurses that this incident almost happened and to please take this seriously, and then to prove that the doctor knows. And that paper wasn't on the table by the end of the day. And I said a doctor can make a special request to access and disclosure on the weekends to get it printed in unusual timelines. And I know that because it happened to me in one of my stays at a hospital. So I said, yeah, just tell the doctor that, Dr. Sharon Ip, and she can do that very simply. But it didn't happen by the end of the night. So I said to the charge nurse, I think his name was, or somebody, I said, and it was that other one. I said, is there a report that this has happened? Does the doctor know? And it turns out the doctor didn't know. And I was really creeped out by that. But they earlier told me that. They told me like twice, the charge nurse and the other nurse. And this other nurse, we finally read the report and we told her what happened. And she did calm down, and it sounded like she was going to be helpful. But then she just said, no, you're not going to file a complaint now. You're going to sit in your bed and you're going to wait till the morning. And she started dominating me like that. And I said, no, I'm voluntarily admitted here. I said, I'm not formed. This isn't the psychiatry department. I don't actually have to stay here if I don't feel safe. And after what I saw today and the problematic attitudes that are not listening when I almost died already, and that you're not taking it seriously, and I don't actually like the doctor that I have. I don't want her in my file, because it doesn't seem like she cares about me either or anybody in the room. I said the anger and the frustration is going to hurt somebody, and I might even die overnight. Who knows what's going to happen? I want out of this room right now. Can you please help me get out of this room right now and get transferred to another one? And she said, no, you wait till the morning. You can call patient relations in the morning. I said, can I call patient relations right now and talk to somebody from there? And they said, no, they're closed until the morning. I said, then I want out of here in some other way. And she just kept dominating me. So the proper thing to do is to de-escalate and see, oh, I hear you. I hear you're concerned. Let me go find some proof. I'll get the doctor on the phone right now. Like you do that kind of thing. And she didn't do that, and I just became more concerned to the point of where I called the switchboard operator, and I said, is there a way I can talk to my doctor? I'm being blocked by my nurses, and they seem to be covering up an incident that's quite serious. And the switchboard operator put me in touch with somebody else, and said that's all they could do. And I said, okay, thank you very much. I ended up calling the external police, the Edmonton police, and seeing if they could escort me with a police officer out of the room because I was being held against my will. And I did a whole bunch of things. And eventually the site managers got involved, and the nurse on call, who was on night shift call, taking over for the other nurse, I guess, or the other doctor, Dr. Page. I mobilized everything, and I got out of there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It was,
you weren't formed. You weren't formed on the unit, correct? Like you were admitted under your own free will, correct?
Exactly, yeah. And I have been formed before and got out of it.
You actually had the opportunity to discharge yourself. You could have discharged yourself against medical advice, where they just get you to sign a form, an AMA form, where you're discharging yourself against potentially medical advice, but under no circumstances, unless you're formed, are you being held against your will, where you would need a police escort to leave and discharge yourself at the hospital?
Yeah, exactly. But I was having a hard time walking, right? So I needed help transitioning to a new department because I didn't want to leave the hospital. I said, I'm getting out of this room. I'm getting out from your care. So I'm going to get out of this room. Like, my goal was to just get out of the room from this dictatorial woman who didn't care about me at all, it felt like. And that was my goal. Just get outside the door. And I said, once I'm outside the door, I can decide, if I'm going to go to another doctor or what I'm going to do. But I said I didn't want to get discharged. I just wanted a second opinion or a second doctor to get re-triaged or whatever and go back to the emergency room. That was my goal initially. And the site managers got called because I can't walk properly, right? Like I was in this portable bed and all this, and I didn't want to go home because I was afraid I could die. Yeah, I was admitted into the 2C3 of internal medicine, so I was already admitted there for like 2 days. Yeah, yeah, the U of A hospital. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a favor? I'm off next week, Monday through Thursday, but back on Friday. In the meantime, though, if I provide you my email address, can you please send me an email that and which department those concerns were under, and if you can itemize it, that would be very helpful. Because operational leadership of that respective department where those concerns happen, so that they can review the concern, and I submit it by email format. They have up to 30 days to respond to your concern. Once they've responded, if you consent, would agree to it and would like it, I would call you and read out the concern back to you, or I can email it to you, or if you just want your concern escalated and you don't care to hear back, that's also fine too. It's whatever your preference is. That's our process. And if you do want to get feedback back, and I provide that either verbally over the phone or in writing to email, if you're not happy with that, we can escalate that to the next level of operational leadership at that point. Or if you're satisfied with what they've had to say, then we close that file. Do you consent to our police therapy program?
Well, as long as the details get in there, and I think I might have tried to do this before, and yeah, there's some details that were missing. So I actually did find my notes just now, but yeah, I'll send those to you. If you give me your email. Yeah, just send me your email. Yes. Yep. And I'd like to go and split to the maximum level. So by default already,
Let's wait for a response first before we jump the gun and go to the maximum level, right? Because it goes to the operational leadership of that respective department first and gives them an opportunity to respond. Like, we have our processes in place, and that's our process, that we provide them with an opportunity to respond to the concern. And then once they've responded, if you're not happy with that, then we do have options to escalate if need be, okay? So with that consent then, do you consent to whoever needs to review and investigate this concern to gain access to your healthcare records?
Yep, I consent to that. How do I spell your name? Sierra? Oh, sorry, you're Sheena, not Sierra. Sheena?
Yeah.
Okay. Sheena. So Sheena. Okay. All right. And
Okay. So you're providing.
Yeah.
And for the individuals that the concern will be forwarded to, can gain access to your. Okay.
Yeah, whatever gets an answer to these things.
Okay, and you're requesting, are you requesting feedback, follow-up? Do you request, are you wanting, when they issue a response, are you wanting me to contact you to provide you with the response they've issued?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't just want a response. I want like repatriations. It put me through a lot of pain. And even right now, like I want this process to go quickly because I'm not in the hospital right now and I should be. And if I die tonight, I know it takes 30 days. I know.
They have to by
Yeah,
law
I
any
know.
information to respond.
I know. I know.
And so I can't make that
I know.
is.
I know.
However, that being said, though, if you need medical attention, this process includes you for going to obtain that attention and care that you might need. So if you feel that out of a medical, that there's something happening that you require medical attention, then that's separate from this. That's up to you to go medical attention.
Right. Okay. So anything that could be useful now in the context of the actual situation that could save my life is in no way a part of this patient resolution process.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear what you said.
What I'm saying is the process is only useful in long-term negotiations. It can't actually fix or have real-time discussions now that are relevant to somebody's well-being and potentially could be life-saving now.
So if you have issues that are matters regarding your life, if you feel that you're medically unwell and you need to seek out medical attention, that should be your priority to seek out. That doesn't negate the fact, though, that we can't proceed with having your concerns brought forward in tangent to seeking out medical care. I'm just explaining to you our process. I can't expedite your response request. I forward your concerns to the appropriate operational leadership. I'm a go-between. And so I bring forward your concern to the operational leadership team, and they have up to 30 days to respond to those concerns and to provide that response.
Right.
At which time, once they've provided it, I circle back and provide you with what they've had to say.
Right. Okay. And
but if you have issues regarding your current and you're stating that you need urgent medical care,
Yes.
I recommend that you seek out medical care.
Right.
The response from the resolution process does not change, nor should it, the fact that you should seek out medical care if you require it.
right. So you can do nothing in that regard.
What do you mean I can do nothing in what regard?
I just mean you guys have a really incredibly intense, thorough process for patients to get some kind of reconciliation a month or 2 or 3 or 2 years from now. But when it comes to like real, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I'm just thinking like when it comes to like something that is useful, you would think that the program would put a concentration of resources in acute situations like this where you could actually fix things. You know what I mean? Like I was discharged from the hospital and escorted out with a security guard with a prescription that when I go to try and fill the prescription, 811 nurses and AI both say that I shouldn't be allowed to even touch it because I could end my own life if there's a mistake. And they say, don't even try it. Don't even go buy it. Just go back to the emergency ward and get them to do their jobs. But because you guys focus on long-term resolution, there's no one to actually help me get this immediate care, which you would think with anybody who is good at designing sane programs would be a priority, because if I die now, there's no sense in you having a job to continue on the complaint process, because it won't be a complaint process, it'll be a lawsuit. So, do you know what I mean? Like, if you can't help me resolve it, no. No, I'm not. Yeah, yeah. I'm not threatening you guys. No, I'm just saying that there's a contradiction, right, in the design where if we want to be efficacious, then you want to keep the patient alive, and if they are in trouble, right? Like for example, I'm in refeeding syndrome right now. My phosphate, the last blood test I did before they was dropping. So.
in immediate medical need of care because of your fasting or refusal to eat or whatever it is that you're going through, then you need to seek out the appropriate medical provider to provide you with that care. A patient relations consultant cannot provide you with that medical access to care that you require. You need to either call 911 and go by ambulance to emerge or present to emerge yourself so that you can get properly assessed and evaluated and treated if you are currently in a life or death type situation. Correct?
Yeah, I already did that though. That's part of my last complaint. Is I called 811. They said exactly what you said, and I did that. I said, okay, well, we got an ambulance to my house, and they got me all packed up, and I went to the emerge, and then I sat there for 18 hours, the longest person out of 200 or whatever people, and by the time I got in the back there's no beds and there's no food. And I said, the only person in this hospital that needs food as their primary medical concern is the only person who's not eating tonight because you couldn't find any vegan food in the emergency wing. And I just thought it was so absurd that they knew I was there for 18 hours and they couldn't make sure that there was like a vegan sandwich in the fridge. So yeah, I am in a medical emergency. They're telling me I can't go back though. That if I go in the ambulance again, there's no beds. There's nothing for me. And the program here can't do anything immediately. Yeah.
Is a service that provides the immediate resolution, unfortunately. Sometimes, though, when concerns are brought forward, we can provide solutions and strategies that do provide immediate resolution to the concern.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
It sounds like in your case, though, that isn't the case, because, again, it sounds like you needed immediate medical attention. And so that's where I'm saying if you feel that you need immediate medical attention, then you need to present to an emergency or urgent care department to get that medical care that you need, or to call 911 if you need to go by ambulance.
Yeah, but I already did that, and they kicked me out with a security guard. Like, am I allowed to do it again if I've been removed by a security guard, like a peace officer?
Of course.
Okay, well, they did.
Even if you were trespassed from being at the hospital for whatever reason that you weren't in this case, those people can still present to emerge when needing medical care. So what I'm telling you is yes, even though you were escorted off the premises or outside of the unit and were told that you were discharged and provided a prescription, if you are needing medical care, you can present again to any emergency department or walk-in clinic or urgent care or contact 911 or 811 and get the medical care that you need.
Then I won't have to wait 18 hours again?
I can't guarantee that. I don't know what is happening in the emergency department. There's what emergency that they have that comes to the door. I don't know what their current patient population is. I'm not a physician at the emergency department or an emergency nurse at the emergency department that can speak to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would have to present to the emergency department to be assessed, and they triage you based on what's happening when you present, and also you're seen to based on the current wait times and what they have currently in their department.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I've already been through this process twice. I feel like each time I go through it, I get tortured a little bit more. But you're saying maybe try it one more time. And maybe I will.
If you're feeling that you need medical attention, I would say that you probably need to seek out medical attention. My understanding is that if you haven't eaten for an extended period of time, like you mentioned, 60 plus days, oftentimes, if I'm by no means a physician or an expert in this, but oftentimes in cases like that, they don't go and give you they don't give you food, like a sandwich, a vegan sandwich or whatnot, off the hop. Sometimes, depending on your status and how long you've been without food, they might want to do a gradual reintroduction of food by other means.
Yeah, I know they do. They already brought me in for 2 days, then I tried to escape, right, because I felt unsafe. And then they blocked, the site managers blocked, like there's a security guard there, and he witnessed that the site managers changed their answers and lied. And then they blocked us. They said I had denied care, but the reality was Dr. Page came in and she said, no, hold on. I said, yeah, I was calling for you for like 3 hours. And I said, go get the woman that's on call right now. I don't want the other doctor, Dr. Ip. I said, yeah, I heard about you. Why didn't you come 3 hours ago? And she said, I'm sorry, I'm here now. I'm like, okay, so, and she said, Mark, can I look at your chart and can we work through this? And do you want to stay in the hospital? I said, yes, I want to stay in the hospital. I just don't want to stay in this ward. Can you move me, please? She said, yes, I can look at your chart. Just give me like 10 minutes. I said, you got 10 minutes. So she went and did that, and then all of a sudden they didn't let her come back. And the other doctor, Dr. Yep, the mean one, destroyed me. She said, we did everything we could do for you here, Mr. McCormack. You are gone, like you are discharged, like you are gone. And there's nothing more we can do for you. And I said, well, if there's nothing more you can do for me, then you can't take care of me. So, and then they later changed their answer and said I denied care. I said, you guys told me you couldn't give me any care. So I didn't deny anything. I told Dr. Page that I was willing to come back and get some other care from people who can help me. So me and the security guard went down back to triage, the emergency triage. He took me down there. We were going to go into a cab, but I was feeling ill. And I said, oh my gosh, it's only been 40 minutes. I already feel like I'm going to puke. I said, I think I better go get triaged here again and get a second opinion here because I don't trust that other Dr. Ip. I want to talk to that Dr. Page. Whatever happened to her? He said, I don't know. So anyway, he wheeled me, the security guy, this peace officer, he wheeled me back to the emerge triage. And when we went there, the site managers found out and they blocked me saying that I had denied care rather than they couldn't help me anymore. So I'm like, well, which is it? Is it that you can't provide care or that I'm denying care? I said, if you guys can give me care, I'm willing to have care. But it has to stop this weird domino effect where somebody's going to get hurt. And I said, I want to talk to Dr. Page. And they just wouldn't let it happen. Like, no, you need to go and get this done somewhere else. And that's when I said to the security guard, I said, you were there. You witnessed what happened. They just changed their answers. They're lying. And he says, yeah, it's a strange place. He says, you know what? Why don't you call 811? They have nurses there and you can report a complaint and they can go past patient relations because patient relations takes forever. And I did that and he was right. They said that we're going to escalate to the licensing board. And I said, really? And they said, yeah, that's faster than what patient relations is going to do. That's how I found out it takes you 2 years to resolve anything with you guys, on top of some of my other experiences. So I thought, okay. Okay.
I told you that the response takes 30 days, okay?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Well, I don't mind. I don't want to give you the details. But here, I actually already have the list for you. So if you have an email, I'll send you the list. It's kind of in point form, and I'll clean it up a bit. But I want you to have immediately sort of the Cole's notes here.
Yeah. So if you this will help me out because you're very great at providing a lot of detail. But I appreciate sometimes somebody can get lost in the nuances of all that detail. So to help me pinpoint exactly what your specific concerns are that you would like me to bring forward to next relate, can you please itemize or have your point for the specific concerns and which department or unit you experienced those concerns? Because again, I have to reach out to the respective operational leadership team within those respective departments. So if you don't provide me with the unit number or the emergency department of Royal Alec, or whatever hospital it is, then I will be able to get that concern directed to the right person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess that's the hard part is doing all that work. So I can do all that work and send it off to you, and then I'll wait a month.
Well, the alternative work is that I'm unfortunately out of time right now. I'm actually on past my work day by almost an hour.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I would need to call you back when I'm back in the to get that information in a more of a concise format, because you provided me with a lot of great detail today. But again, it was more of a lot of like historical content that I won't necessarily need to put into a formal complaint form to the operational leadership team. So do you want to take some time over the next 2 days, if you have the ability to do so, to just consolidate your concern in point form, and then when I call you back next Friday, I can get that information from you quite clearly? Is that a good thing for you? Would that work for you?
Yeah, it's a lot of work for me, but what can I put into an AI where I can just
Well,
say,
again, I don't want to give you, I don't want to give you more work to do. So why don't we do this? I will give you my email. You don't have to worry about
no, that's okay. No, I want your
With
email.
concern.
I'll take your email. What's your email?
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay, Mark. Let's do this. I'm going to call you back next Friday when I'm back in the office. Got a lot of notes that I've written here with respect to the various concerns that you've listed. When I call you back next Friday, I'll have them consolidated. I'll run them past you, and you can tell me what I'm missing and what I might need to add. Does that work better for you?
Well, why don't we just do both of them? So I'll send you what I got now. I'm just gonna pass it to an AI and say, if you were a patient relations consultant, how would you transform this data? If I like it,
I'm
well,
going to call you next Friday in the office, and I'll present to you my consolidated notes from the conversation that we had today, to just highlight and make sure that I've got all of the concerns that you want me to bring forward and the correct unit of those concerns, and you can validate for me that that's correct, okay? And then I can submit that forward. In the meantime, though, if you are currently having a medical emergency, I do recommend that you present to the emergency department or contact 911 to get medical assistance to be seen.
okay, but I still think having your email would be good, just in case something else comes up.
No, I don't. I know at this point I'm going to need a way for you to respond to email, so I don't think at this point it would actually be of any benefit. So let's table that. I'll give you a call at this number next Friday, and I'll set aside an hour so that we've got time, and that way I can finalize all the concerns and the complaints that you have, and get that letter forwarded off to the respective department, okay?
I'm just thinking like I might like not remember as well, because I'm in refeeding, right? Like I might get confused and like I'm thinking like, man, this might be the best chance
then
like
make
I
notes,
have.
then you know what? If you can remember right now,
Yeah,
then make notes now.
yeah.
Make notes now, and then when you guys have next Friday, then you'll have the notes and everything will be fresh, okay?
Oh man, I just want to. Here's what I want. To be totally honest with you, I have so many other things going on in my life. I just want to get this process. Like I have 3 lawsuits going on. One of them is against AHS already, and there's a huge like the attorney general. I have to sue the attorney general's office. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening. Plus, the hunger strike's going to start again in a month from now. So like waiting a whole week is a long time for me. So this is what I want to do is I'm going to take what I have. I'm going to pass it to an AI. I just want to send it to your email. You can look it over, and then and by Friday I'll have something to look over.
I will not be looking
That's okay. But even for me to remind myself, but even for me to yeah, I didn't want to bring it up. I'm like, who cares? Yeah, that's how I know. Yeah, I know. That's how I know that it's gonna take 2 years. That the PCO, when I talked to him, admitted that it takes roughly 2 years for complex cases like this. So I was like, oh man, this is gonna take forever. Yeah, yeah. Do what you gotta do, yeah. So should I use time? Should I waste my time? Huh?
Can you please provide me with the name of the law firm that's handling the lawsuit with HS?
I can't remember. There's too many. There's like 7 law firms. I can't keep them all straight. It's one of them, but if you go look up my name plus the HS, you can go find all the stuff that So I filed against you guys, and how I thought you guys could improve, and it's doing the exact same thing. Like, um, last time I did this, I overwhelmed my consultant too, and she didn't write down even a third of the details. And then when the complaints were filed, it didn't actually say what I wanted to say, and then my case got lost. And then I just chased it for a long time, and then they got me in the technicalities. But this time, if we go through it again a second time, this time I know what I'm doing, and this time I can correct it sooner, which is what I'm trying to do through email right now. But you got, a little bit wise to me, and then you don't want to give me the email, so I might forget, but blah, blah, blah. It just takes forever. And the reconciliation at the end of it is really just an apology, it sounds like. But if I can get an MRI out of it and actually get these things, then getting those services would actually be something useful. But yeah, I mean,
Again, we do not take sides or advocate for any one party. We do not make clinical determinations, overturn care decisions,
yeah,
or conduct clinical investigations.
yeah, I
And
hear
we
you.
work to ensure your concerns are understood
Mhm.
and reviewed by the right people, and that you receive a response that addresses the issues that you've raised. So
Yeah.
our goal is to support a fair, where
Okay.
your voice is heard, and use to help improve the quality of care and the overall patient experience.
Right. Providing your email would help that way to be transparent. Wouldn't it?
Right, but I'm telling you, I'm away, and I won't be actually responding to email, and so at this time, I won't be sharing my email
Right.
because it doesn't serve you any benefit or purpose.
Yeah, it does. I told you already why.
You'd like to send me the documents, but you also mentioned that it's a lot of work for you to do that, and I want to save you from having to do
It is. We would have been done by now if I would have been able to finish talking, right? But I am verbose because I know what it takes to actually win these cases, and to give you any less details means I'm probably going to lose. But I had the thought just now. I was like, man, I have an advanced AI. I'm like, oh, I could probably just use my advanced AI.
So,
Oh,
okay, Mark.
yeah.
Mark, here's my email.
Okay.
Sheena.parker@ahs.ca. Okay.
Nina.Parker at
At
a
albertahealthservices.ca.
at Alberta.
So if you want to send me related concerns that you have to that email, that would be fine.
Okay, so Sheena, SHEENA, period, PARKER at ALBERTAHEALTHSERVICES.ca. Okay, no,
Alberta Health Services.
that's it. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, because I do have an advanced AI, I just thought, oh, you know what? I actually probably could get it to do that, and it could probably do a good job. So that's what I'll do. And if I like what it does, then I'll send that off to your email. And if we don't talk about it until next week, at least you and I can work off of something and then continue where we left off here.
Yeah, I'll contact you on Friday after I review your email.
Okay.
And then if there's anything in addition that you'd like to add, because chances are that I'll use that email or in either in its entirety or a portion thereof as an attachment to the letter of concern that I'll be forwarding to the respective department.
Yeah.
That they have your concerns in their entirety to address.
Okay, and also now, yeah, the soonest possible point we can escalate to the PCO, like the soonest possible point. I think at some point you have to ask me, or even if you don't ask me, I'm making it clear now that the soonest possible moment we can file to the PCO is what I would like. That's a mistake that happened last time, but I know your program's quite extensively, so yeah, let's move a lot quicker than
Mark,
uh-huh.
Then you can request escalation to the next level of care.
Which would be the PCO?
No.
Okay.
It goes to my supervisor to assist with review.
Can we do that? Can we get your supervisor involved now, like at this level?
No.
Okay.
Mark.
Okay.
We have a process that we have to follow. We have to give an opportunity to the operational leadership team to respond to your concern.
Yeah, I know, and it prejudices the patient in some way sometimes, but that's a conversation for another time. I just appreciate your time, like
so
staying
Mark,
over now.
Knowing all this information, are you still in agreement to
Well, is there any other faster process? Like, is there any more poignant process or any other thing that could make you go faster or better?
No, this is our process.
And then that's what I'm forced to go through.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I thank you for your time. I will talk to you then Friday.
Okay, thanks for staying an hour back. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye. What a useless process. It's totally a waste of time to do this. We have to buy time for them to respond. These guys are millionaires, these doctors. They're just gonna go and hire a bunch of lawyers to crush me. And then probably discredit me and a whole bunch of junk. So, yeah. It's just as soon as she started to say, like, she didn't do her job right. She got overwhelmed because she thought that was a simpleton, and they could just like apologize and keep me happy. No, I want an MRI. I want my services now, before I go on the next hunger strike. I don't want to work by your schedule. You wronged me already like 10 times. Why am I working by your schedule? That's gotta be fair. Then go faster. But are you threatening me? No, I'm just like pointing out a contradiction in your program. Are you threatening me? Sounds like you're threatening me. You gonna abandon me if I talk about the truth? These poor people don't know how to argue properly. Attention spans are this big. Anybody who thinks thoroughly and has a good memory overwhelms every process and ends up doing it themselves. Just make it clear that there's absolutely no protection for a patient in the moment, which is when they need it the most. Anyway, I recorded my version of this, so let's stop my recording. Alright. July 3rd, 5:10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It's July 3rd, 2026. World's about to collapse. This case isn't even going to really matter anyway. Will probably take 2 years because that's what the PCO confessed to me, that they just dry you out until it dies. You don't plan to reconcile anything. And it's just a way to buy time for the doctors to whoosh this off. And it ruins your 2-year statutory window, so that if you do want to file a lawsuit, you waste a whole bunch of time. So, I'll probably file a lawsuit, and her and I will go through this useless process anyway. You know, it might not be that useless. Like, I'll probably get an apology, and there might be a chance to get an MRI. But with how toxic things are, probably not. So anyway, we'll stop the recording now. I'll pass this list through Claude, send that to her, and that will be going. And I should probably also do the formal lawsuit here quickly. I'll just put the basics in, then I'll do my affidavit later. Like, all this information now is helpful, but it is another case to deal with. So, all right. And that was Sheena Parker here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, about my treatment in the hospital. Should I go back to the hospital one more time to be tortured again? What should I do? I'm going to call 811 one more time and see what they think I should do. I just really don't want to go and move again just to get tortured in the chair and have my butt raw and then, you know, experience all this prejudice of people making fun of veganism. Anyway. All right. What is it today? July 3rd, 2026. Talking Talking to Sheena Parker from Patient Relations as my consultant overwhelmed her and got her email. Done. Okay. Well, maybe the second time around I will win, and all these games that they put into the legal system, I can fly through them all this time and take down the system and build a new one in as peaceful way as possible. So in that conversation, it sounds like I was the rude one, right? But the reality is that she tried to pass her job off up to me because I'm an articulate person that wants a resolution to my case that's unusually profoundly powerful. I don't just want an apology, I want them to fix the damn system. And that's going to require more than just a sorry. Ow. Okay, what the heck was I doing before this? Oh yeah. Sahan and I. And she just calls me out of the blue as if I'm working for her. Totally disrupts my schedule. And if I didn't talk to her today, I gotta wait a whole week for her schedule. Just a bunch of garbage. Who's working for who here? I don't operate by your schedule. You operate by my schedule. I'm a client. I hired you with my tax dollars. If it was God's government, it would be right to immediate feedback. Your second right to flow. And waiting a week is not immediate feedback. That is delaying things forever. We're working by the schedules of complacent people that I think are too comfortable jobs. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Yeah, who would have thought medicine is a complicated case when you're a responsible thinker, not a simpleton that's on the surface level of everything. Who cares about people? Cares about justice instead of just charity. So maybe I'm supposed to go through a second time. I'm like numb. Going through the process again. I got a big movement to start. The real healthcare system. It won't let me send the full video. Come on. Oh, come on. I can't send my sister my own 10-minute video. Like, I'm just tired of this stuff. I am in danger. No. You really watch all of the things that we showed you this week to make sure it comes to I'm still on our legs, as you can see. Yes, here everything's fine. Okay. Now I got diarrhea for some reason. Ah. Ah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. So I really want to take on one more of these processes. Not particularly. Mm. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That doesn't comment on the question. This isn't helping anyone seek mental health support. Yeah. Boring. Prayers. Wow, terrible time. Ah. My legs are falling asleep. All right, well. Yeah. Okay. I want to work on the code for a second. How does the system evolve in time? Okay. I just looked at everything and boring. Same old similar. You have a mentor. I don't know. You have a mentor. Oh yeah, Tell me something I haven't done before. Okay, let's see what this. Oh, I got a court email. Let's see what this is about. We will be responding to your most recent filed application, which is from April 15th, according to our records. If you filed an application after that date, but before June 30th, please let us know. We would also be following up to schedule a special chambers date later this year, possibly 2029. If we send you a list of dates that you can consent by July 31st, we will be applying for an order to dispense with the need to obtain your consent.
All right. Wow, my stomach is full. Oh look, it disconnected my live stream randomly again. Look at that. Absolutely no control over any part of my life online. Good thing I don't spend a lot of time on it. All right. 57% battery. Okay. All right. Let us use the washer. Really? All right. Still here. I'm still alive. What is this? Needles. Okay. Ouch. Okay, what is this? $5.57. Okay. What should I work on? So many pointless processes. Got some noodles here. Should I just heat these up? Am I even hungry? Always hungry when I'm covering from the Hungerstrike. Huh. As soon as you overwhelm your patient relations consultant, it's over. It's like, you might not be intelligent enough to maybe, or focused enough to handle what it would actually take to win this case. I don't know. Kind of feel like cereal. Yeah, let's take a little break and treat ourselves to a little cereal. Ouch. We need to have some more peanut butter. Ouch. So much garbage. What kind of cereal do we want to have here? Why don't we do a mix? One quarter of that. And one quarter of that. We'll do 1/4. I actually really like this. This is good stuff. And that. And I think that's probably enough. Does that cover? Oh shoot. I want to put some. Cool. I love having this really fast stuff to eat. Oops. Mark, please eat. No, the point is, you need to do some actions because we're about to die. And you need to think about why I am doing this. Okay. Blessing candle goes out to sick and retired. Oh, there we go. See, that on my own laptop. Closed it. don't know what happens if my laptop closes. Does it even work? Let's see. Does it just delete everything? Oh, it actually does. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Well, it looks like that Oxford chick didn't actually follow through. But let's keep our hopes up. When I was at the Grey Nuns Hospital, I met this woman who knew something about Hegel. And I thought, wow, she was from the British military as an Irish woman. She was touring Canada. She got bit in the eye by a mosquito and had an allergic reaction. It looked like she got punched in the eye. She had a black eye. It was just allergy. Wow, that really hurts. Oh, there's no fat in that. No. Since there's no fat in there. Put some fat in it. Oranges. I don't know if this is going to be good, but it'll start with that. These things were on discount. All natural. Who would have thought this stuff? So we have orange jam that nobody wants. So let's see if it's any good. Interesting. Incredible. When you open up peanut butter, you find peanut oil, not canola oil, like in the other brands. You know what song is playing through my head right now? An old classic my mother used to play all the time. You're at your best when you say nothing at all. Rom-coms, romantic dramas my mother was all into. She was programming me from a young age. This is old peanut butter. No wonder they were trying to get rid of it. Oh well. We're all full of microplastics anyway. That's not how I like to think. Kind of wish I would have went with the other brands. This is plastic. Some of my more pathetic friends that had no courage just totally abandoned me. Even they too must be forgiven, or they don't know what they do. Alright. There we go. We got ourselves some new peanut butter. There, now it's not just cereal. What is going on? My vision is blurry. Oh, I have a beautiful soul offering to help me pay for some vegan. Voila! Delish. I love that. No cook them, just boom, 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 done. Even though I don't mind cooking. I could try a peanut butter and jam sandwich with some bread, but I might be pushing it right now. Oh, there's something about bread that really hits me hard. I feel like having some more cereal. Screw this. If I run out of food, oh man, I'm like melancholy. Some kind of state. Relaxed enough to want to sleep. Stressed enough to want to change the world. Oh great. And space out any of the paragraphs and smash them together. What a ridiculous program this is. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. I talked to patient relations today and they want me to go back to the emergency. And I'm just so sick and tired of waiting there with no food. If I pack up this bag of food again, it's just rot. So should I go? Should I stay? What should I do? Like today? What's my stack? It's funny. You and I have these interesting diets. I got D3. I got this probiotic thing, which I wasn't gonna get, but they mistook what I said. I said I wanted omega-3, not probiotic, or digestive enzymes actually. Amanda sent some money for digestive enzymes, but it was so expensive. I have some omega-3s thanks to Justin, and then I have the sodium phosphate stuff and the B1. I have some Centrum and some multivitamins. And I got some B12, and I got a little bit of iron pill ferret left. So I got enough to last me, hopefully, the rest of this month. I bought a bunch of peanut butter and stuff like that, but I don't know if it's going to cover me. I'm eating mostly mung beans, sprouts. I made a bunch of sprouts, but I was out in the hospital when they were growing. But yeah, if you want to help, spend away, and like I already kind of overspent. So I'm trying to catch up. Here I got like $100 bill or like a rebate from the government here. Sort of due, I think maybe. But the groceries are so high. Like to buy a month worth of groceries is so much money. Like even all the groceries that I bought now, they're all like $3.99, whereas normally vegan cereal is like $8.99, right? So even with me buying all this stuff, and like I had to buy like more cereals and stuff because I can't dive right into the noodles right away. It's like a different class of Hungerstrike. Like this one it's tougher, you know. They hammered me with fluids, and I'm still sitting here reeling a little bit. And it's been a week, but then again, 40 of the hours of that week was not eating. It was sitting in lineups in pain. But anything can help now, right? Because I've just spent so much cash. At this point, it's just like full tilt, just all out, trying to fundraise, trying to eat as much as I can. I need to buy some fair trade sugar. Like there's some things I just never buy, right? Like fair trade sugar. I need sugar, but I only ever buy fair trade. And there's only one place ever online to buy it. And like I can't get in big bags either, so it's so hard to be ethical in this crappy society. I got a bunch of flour, so I'm gonna start making little pizzas, I think, because I'm just burning through my groceries way too fast. I got a couple of loaves of bread because it was all on sale. I got a bunch of noodles, a bunch of peanut butter and jam. Not the good jam either, but it's jam. You know. I don't have any fresh vegetables. Like I was supposed to buy cabbage and stuff, but my sister was supposed to cover that as part of my birthday present that she never. But I don't know if she's going to do it. She's angry at me. But maybe she will just send me the funds because I blew a lot of the money I was going to use for Claude on the food. Kind of hoping she would just sort of pay me back and, well, not really pay me back, but like contribute. I think she just doesn't have time to buy any groceries for me. So that kind of balances out because Johnny gave $300 for Claude, so I have to have at least $300 in that account. So yeah, anything to get some sugar. And it's funny, sugar makes a big difference in some of these dishes. Even though sugar's not that great for you. When you're a vegan, it really makes a difference. Maybe some omega extra virgin olive oil, a little more. Oh, I have to get another charger cord. I actually spent quite a bit on cleaning supplies because I have no cleaning supplies here and it's starting to really bother me. So when I get a little bit more strength here in another week or two, I'm going to try to sweep up all the glass and smash a bunch of things when I was losing strength. But right now, I think my minerals and my vitamins are okay. Well, like that's normally right, but the refeeding syndrome is so strong this time that they prescribed me like these effervescent, like super, absorbent tablets. So anyway, this is dragging on a bit, but yeah, if I don't have to travel, it was just killed me. Like I was in the store shopping for these things. I was trying to get the peanut butter and everything in the cage, in the cart, and I was using the cart like as a walker. And I was sitting in it with my one leg. It was bad. They were looking at me like I was foolish, and then I told them what happened. They're like, "Oh wow." I'm like, yeah. So they helped me out here.
I actually bought some tomato sauce and some mild black bean salsa because it's easy to get down with these little chips. So I kind of surprised myself a little bit um, for Canada Day. So yeah, anything that would make it so I wouldn't have a travel or would be blessed. And there's a few other items too. Like I was hoping my sister would bring another office chair that they don't use because this one totally rotted, the one that I just had. So I can't sit at my desk like at the table anymore. I have these really painful chairs to sit in. What else? There's like quite a few things I actually was missing. I was like, oh shoot. Like rice, I won't eat this other crappy rice that my sister bought. It's not her fault. It's just like it doesn't taste like rice. It tastes like cardboard. It's like that cheap, gross rice. I need basmati, you know, like when you're this sensitive. I don't want to be picky. I'll eat anything. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to spend any money on these groceries. I was expecting the hospital to like cover some of this, and then they're just kicking me out. Like patient relations said, I should go back there one more time, but I don't want to wait there for 18 hours again. I'm thinking about it because my fingers are starting to burn. And I won't get my blood test back for a couple of days. I was hoping it would be done today. So I'll take any help, man. I'll take anything. I'm just trying to keep the show going, right? So I'm working on Claude Fable. It just came out again, so I'm using it, right? To the max. In fact, I have to answer 10 questions it's asking me. So I'll anything at all. Sahan, I also gave Sahan $50 to keep him going, and that's several days of pay for him. So hopefully he makes the most of that. If I can't pay him anymore, hopefully he gets to the next lesson out of the way. Oh, my sister says I likely had pancreatitis. So, because my lipase levels are super high. And they didn't explain any of my blood to me. Like, I just a whole bunch. It just says anomaly on like 7 spots in my blood. I'm like, oh, what does this mean? And I got Claude to kind of watch it and explain some of it to me, but I forgot to say something. So, like, it's like things in my blood are super high or super low. It's really weird. And this is after they put bakes in me to try and balance everything. So, yeah. Anything to keep me balanced right now. I had to buy toilet paper. Like all my cleaners, that's what took up a lot of money. I needed a plunger because I was trying to plug things for Bowser, so is what it is. What else? There was another thing that I need. Anyway, well, I'll think about it if there's anything else I can think of. But yeah, I have to constantly switch between TikTok's phone and my other phone. If I can get a new screen for my phone, to be honest, it doesn't even matter at this point. I don't need it. It's just there for fun. Even though I met this really incredible woman on there. In fact, I gotta get back to her right now. But I really love how you didn't give up on me. I really feel like that's the real battle. Like that's what it feels like. So I really honor that because nobody else has done this for me. Gavin hasn't come back. You know what I mean? Oh, cornmeal. Getting some cornmeal for it in honor of Sahan. If it wasn't for Sahan, I probably would be dead right now. And he's working construction too and everything. He's going hardcore. If we can spoil him a little bit. I gave him $50, so it's hopefully enough to give him some nice stuff for his kid. I want to get somen noodles too, so I can try and order those. Chili crisp oil. I tried to make some of that, but I don't have the right things. Peas, green beans, avocado, shiitake, mushrooms, cabbage. I'm running out of nori seaweed. I'm running out of a lot of things. So I want to try ponzu sauce and yakiniki sauce. try and make them. But to be honest, anything, I'm just I'm just thankful. Okay, this is such a long video. I'm lethargic right now. I feel like I need to sleep, but I'm kind of nervous that it might be the refeeding syndrome a little bit. So I don't want to sleep, you know what I mean? It's like I want to sleep, but I don't want to sleep. I don't know if there's anybody watching my stream right now. Let me just check really quick and I'll tell you. This is going on long, right? This is going on long. Just forgive me. I'm like trying to relax. Ouch. I had to upload a whole bunch of videos to put on my phone today. Okay, how many videos? Oh, we got 139 people, so looks like we broke our record. 317 is the most subscribers this channel has ever had. So yeah, maybe this will take off. Oh, there's people in Uganda that want to help. Oh my, I got people to follow up with. So let me go and do that. I feel like I'm taking up your time. I wonder what your stack is, actually. I'm kind of curious. I love that you call it a stack. It's so funny because we are really transforming the bodies right now. You more than me, but 66 days is quite a transformation. Okay. Maybe I'll try and buy some like perpetual chocolate, like vegan ice cream or something. Okay. Stay blessed. I was like hearing from you. And you know what? We work good naturally together. Really enjoyable. It really was. I just loved. My brother is like that with me. When we're getting along, my brother is like that with me. It just flows because we think very regimented. Like we just put it into steps and you just do the steps, right? It's like, oh no. I was talking to you. Oh no. I went to go check my list and stop recording. Or did it? I can't. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, any help would really be appreciated. Especially with Sahan, you saved my life. Okay, stay blessed. There's these guys in Uganda that want to put this church and these other. There's a lot to actually do. And I'm eating a lot of cereal right now. Let's make my main stack. I bought a lot because all the good stuff was on sale for $3.99. It's usually like $7.99, they said. And the milk was pretty cheap too, so I grabbed as much as I could, and I got like 10. And yeah, I had like 10 boxes, like small ones. So I'm just chowing down on that because I don't have to like prepare anything. It's kind of like I do a sweet and then like a sour, like vinegary, and then I go into salty. And then I go into like tomatoey, umami, and then I go back to the start again. Just keep repeating. Like my body's different. Okay, stay blessed and yeah, anything at all, and keeping Sahan going and Claude going. Claude Table. Okay, talk to you soon. Thanks for paying attention. I don't know if there's anybody watching my stream right now. I feel like sleeping, but I actually don't want to sleep. I don't know if you caught that part of my recording. 317 people, which is a new record. 139 people have been watching over 2 days, which is good. It's like there's like a growing trend on my social media. It's just like ever since that one post went viral, it's like I think there's a big pull for people. But let's keep on it. We actually have 33 blocks going. I think I told you. Thanks to Sahan. We're at 230 some people now, so it's growing every day. And he's going to work full time on it for $8 a day. So I just give him 50 for what he did last time and for started this time. So hopefully I'll get him to. Okay, let me know what you want to do. Anderson's Health Solution electrolyte add-in drops. I like to eat. I like to get through food. And I've gotten a little bit past that stage, I think. I shouldn't be too hasty, like maybe I should have a little bit of something, but between the sugar and all that, I seem to get it. Everybody, right? But maybe I'm wrong. Like I don't know what my blood is doing. I don't know. So be careful. But I'll follow your lead. Let me know what your stack is. Okay, peace. Oh, when I was in Save or Save On, it said that I had low blood pressure, my resting heart rate. It's hard to tell, right? Because just walking, like they didn't have a cart there or anything. I didn't know there was. There was one push. They went in the back and got one. But when I first went there, I had a broom handle. Like I unscrewed the broom, and I was using the broom like handle shaft as a like handle walking kind of stick, and it worked pretty okay. But by the time I sat down, my heart rate was like over 100, with just from like walking. And then I tried to slow it down, but my heart rate wouldn't go below 100 beats a minute, which is really bad for me, right? Because that means that my blood pressure is so low, my heart has to pump super hard to do normal things still. So it's not good. I'm still tachycardic. I think my BMI is way below. It's like below that 18.4. Mine is below that. Even with all the water weight that they put on me. So, my body's still struggling. And normally after 28 days, it's still struggling, like 2 weeks. So, my body's gonna struggle this time. But I'm taking her easy, right? Amanda came and drove me around, and we did her blood test. She held my hand, and so it actually really helps because I can lean into them a little bit. And she got my meal for me, and so it's tough, man. Like my legs still feel like Jello lead. Like that's how I describe them, Jello lead. Before it was just Jello. This is Jello lead. Like they're dead. They're like heavy Jello. So it's shaped like Jello, but it's like if I'm moving, my legs have momentum. I can feel the momentum in my leg. It's actually pretty bizarre sensation. And then it feels like there's a bunch of ice cold water running down my shins and stuff if I stand for too long. And then if I stand for too long, I start getting sick and I start getting diarrhea. It's pretty extreme still. So I'm being careful. Like my hands are going numb. Like my one hand is always hurting now. And it's actually kind of concerning me a lot. And the doctors keep blowing it off. They're like, it's just your ulnar nerve. It's just your arm. Well, fix it then. Like, what, can we do something? I think it's might be. So I just want to get a brain scan. They're doing everything not to me this brain scan. This MRI. I said I'm not doing any more like X-rays. It's a poor man's scan. You're giving people cancer because they can't afford MRI. I said I want an MRI. I want 66 days for you guys to save your lives. I pay these taxes. Well, send me to the darn MRI. And they like pushed a bunch of fluid into me. Anyway, I'm blabbing now. So that's what my stats are that last I checked. Yeah, that's what makes it hard to walk is actually the low blood pressure. But I am getting up and down more. I am trying to get the exercise in now without actually putting strain on it. It's like I'm hopefully getting stronger. Okay, peace and love. Thanks so much. Talk to you soon. I can get some vegan mayo. I want to change up some recipes too, do some stuff. You gotta be careful. Okay. I'm taking too long on these messages, I think. My friend's acting so weird. Okay.
I'm gonna have even more cereal. Actually, I don't know if I actually should have to. I have bread here that's tempting. That's actually okay. I get it. I'm taking the sign. I'm not gonna eat anything. I do feel like I have to sleep, but the meeting's gonna start now.
Oh man. I should probably put this back in the fridge, shouldn't I? This can is eating. This is full on corn and black beans in it, so it's like an actual meal for a vegan. It's not chili. Oh. How do I reply to this thing? Music Man 92 started following you. Okay. Welcome, Music Man. Or was it better? No, welcome, Music Man. Okay. I want to respond to this. I want to do it fast. Okay, Miss Jubilee. Let us talk here. Yeah, I do want to get back on the live stream. It's just been these last 2 days, they've been crushing me pretty hard, as you know. And my hair's doing this funky thing. I don't know what's going on. I don't have a comb. So, you know, I understand your fatigue. And it's on the surface, you know, you're a deeper thinker than most people. Especially since you're trying to take on the healthcare system. At the same time, I'm not foolish. I have a lot of experience. And the medical system is aware of how to handle the feeding syndrome. It's just rare to handle somebody that's gone 66 days. And did I put my body in this position? On one level, yes. If you look at it on a superficial surface level, yes, of course I made a choice to do this. But a wise person acts good by necessity. So if you want to be a good person, you have to always choose the good to the best of your ability. In that sense, it's not a choice. You understand that? That's the hard way to think about it. That's the deeper nature. Like, to understand it, I think I might have said this to you before, there's something called a Hobson's choice. And Hobson was a horse seller. And the reason why they named this choice up for him is he would auction off his horses. Not that I support that it's vegan. But he would give a real lame horse and then the real horse. And he said you have to choose between the two. But the reality, there was no real choice to begin with, because the only viable choice was the good horse if you had any chance of wanting to win, right? So that's what our current reality is like, except that I don't think you quite understand, or other people don't quite understand, how soon I think my blood test came. How soon we're going to be obliterated. We need to be moving on a faster timeline. But you want me to vouch for you. And I think I said I was going to send you 2 tests that I need you to do for me to vouch for you on a deeper level. And I'm no stranger to critique. Like, people say I'm very critical. People, if they get close to me and they try and shape me, they get very offended very quickly, because I'm very candid, very honest, and very studied. I can dismantle almost any arguments or any proposal or any plan that anybody puts forward, like within 30 to 45 seconds, to say it's naive in this way, this way, this way, this way, and this way, this way, this way, very quickly. Because I've had to come up against thousands of problems in ways that aren't just talking, but actually trying to implement them and learning from them in an iterative process. So not even just learning once, but a year after year after year, and tweaking. Most people do that are relatively good innovators. Like, I think that's partly what you're doing. But I also think you have a long ways to go, to be totally honest with you. You need to understand dialectic, have any chance of not being turned into your opposite, and getting to the dialectical moment. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. This cosmic irony that's built into the fabric of reality, or what we call external reality. Oh, okay. Oh, oof. So I can take a nap, but I want to get back online and have a real back and forth with you. But this is good too. And I need to see your proposal, right? you're not a government. You're an institute. You're the Jubilees of economic functions. You're in the Ministry of Spirit under economics, and maybe a little bit of healthcare. But we also need to do the justice system, and the education system, and all of it. All. And in God's government right now, there's roughly 70 or 80 departments or something. But they're all in nested trinities under those three ministries. That rhymed. So, yeah, this stuff is already designed. I'm just using Claude right now to put it all together. And getting rid of checklists so that we can handle huge amounts of tasks without burning out from these checklists, man. They kill the organization. When it comes to taking on the healthcare system, it's naive to think that you can do anything without a lawsuit. The lawsuit is the only thing that will scare them into doing the right thing. These PCRP processes, patient concerns reconciliation process, they don't work. And the reason why I know that is because I went all the way to the top and I meant the PCO, the top of the creme de creme of patient relations of all of Alberta Health Services in this whole province. And they admitted to me, it takes 2 years on average to get your cases to this point, and there's usually no resolution. They hold the case there until it burns out. And the reason why they do that is because there's a 2-year limitation window to file a lawsuit. And they're hoping to distract the public from filing lawsuits, because once that limitation window passes, you can't get it open again unless you have an extreme excuse, which judges just don't care. I had a doctor's note telling them that I'm in hospital and I can't come to court, and he smashed me anyway. He didn't accept the note, and he didn't give me what I wanted, but he gave the Attorney General's office everything that they wanted. It's a sick and disgusting system. I'm going to try and file an appeal without a transcript because we don't need one. But there's a lot more that people need to know functionally to know how bad the system is and how to pragmatically change it. And the reason why I know it is because I went through it. And maybe you have too, but I've heard some metaphysical stuff and symbols, but like I said, that's in contingency. We got to get into the notion. So I'm going to try and teach you some of that. You're going to be open to it and willing to move quickly in doing these tests. So I'll send you this form, and I call it universal meritocracy, and then see what you rate your Pareto's, because that's your external God-giftedness power. Okay, but you don't get measured in God's government based on that anymore. You have based on relative reward. There's a way to create a refinement on that. And that's how the Jubilee happens too very often, is because that recalculator happens. Okay, I hope that makes some degree of sense. But I already have a good thing going, right? We already have 230 people ready to do the next Hungerstrike, and I'm going to start fundraising for that. But the platform has to be made more powerful, so that's what I'm focusing on now. Well, that I'm surviving this Hungerstrike piece. And in a way, what's happening is I'm building a media campaign. I'm just putting it on Facebook, and people are like, "This is absurd," right? You can't get much more absurd than this. This speaks volumes to the public. It's like, you can see what I'm fighting against. Like, I could die right now, and all I wanted was some food, some vegan food, so that I could recover safely while being observed. And they don't want to do that. And them threatening me when I threaten them with the lawsuit is retaliation. You're allowed to file a lawsuit if you're not doing your job or you're not giving a service. I'll, of course, be amicable and try and give a second chance like I did this time around. But if they deny it and they don't want to do the real work, then it's got to be about wise love, not blind love. Okay? And there's guys in Uganda that want to build this big church now. The first church in my name, the Messiah, the real God's government. We're going to use these churches to launch God's government for real. And then you come in as this Jubilee. And then we have our Kenyan cohort too. So like I already got, they have like 200 kids. So like technically, if we can pull this off, we already have 400 people. And this is enough for a spark. I just got to find enough money to pay the leaders to keep going. Which is possible because my friends are all wealthy. That's something that they would prefer to do than actually learn the system, which is the real thing that I have been wanting. But it's okay, as long as it keeps building. And then once it gets past 1,000, then 10,000, that's when people are going to start to believe what's happening. But you have to have a good meeting system. There's hundreds of things you got to do, and yeah, I'm just reaching out to you because it's hard. Number one, it's rare to find somebody that can be that intelligent and considerate. But let's do these tests and let's see first. And if you have tests, I'm curious, so then you can send them to me reciprocity. But I'm just letting you know I know a little bit more of what I'm doing than people assume. Like if I file a lawsuit, I have 2 years to file one, right? I don't have to file it now, but if I want reconciliation now, I want to get it done now. And I might do it fast. I know how to use AI to write an application within 30 seconds to a minute, right? Which used to take me 5 hours. So just knowing how to use it is a big skill, which I can start teaching people, and we'll find true justice or true advocates. Okay, so I just know a lot more than people think I know. And you'll maybe hopefully start to understand that as you start to learn, and I start to learn from you too a little bit. But yeah, I think we already have the answer. I think I'm already on the path to getting it done. Now the goal is just to connect you into it and support you and get you managing a piece of it that makes you passionate. Like this debt forgiveness. But when we forgive the debt, it can't be blindly. It's got to be wise, meaning that they'll get their debt forgiven, but they have to learn to train this new way of life so they don't repeat that mistake or fall into that sensuous trap. We give them the right to flow. So that's where we're going with it. That's where I'm going with it. I want to bring you along with me. And I know you want to have a power struggle with me, and you want me to go with you. But unless you're the whole, then you're fragments, and I'm the whole. I make sense of where you would flow. You can't do the same for me. But the reality is, my hunger strike is a Hobson's choice to stop the society from making the choice of destroying itself. It's making a choice, but it's not realizing the consequences of that choice because of pure, sheer, unadulterated ignorance. They know not what they do, but we do know what we're doing. So that's why there's a real chance, and I want to invite you to it. But I also will check out your ideas a little bit and vindicate you a little bit because you're going to the gauntlet a lot, and I know what that feels like. I get criticized. People think I'm very critical, right? That's my point last time. I get criticized more than anybody every day, all the time, all day long. And you gotta love them anyway because they don't know what they're talking about. So that reminds me, there's something called the Nobel Surprise that I'm getting plot to work on too. So I might have all 6 Nobel Prizes actually winnable. This is real academics, not just fantasy delusion. And taking on a hospital and the justice system and all these things is not delusional now because we have AI. I can do hundreds of hours of research in minutes. That is the only way that this has become feasible for me. It's one man taking them all on. Is that I can make applications in minutes. And I have a low income fee waiver, which makes it possible to get through the first couple of waves. So this is the realistic way of achieving it. And it took hundreds and thousands of hours to the actual court system to figure it out. That's why it's going to work. Same with spiritual activism on the ground. The universal logic, showing it to you, playing it to you. We actually have a meeting style already. It's past just the theory. We're actually implementing it now. Aligning structures within that. Okay, so don't count me out just yet. It's going to be hard no matter what. We just got to do our best, okay? And if we can get back on the stream, we can talk about your ideas a little bit. And then compare ideas. And if you think that, yeah, you want to take your fragment and plug it into this, and you trust me, then we can take off. But first things first, let's see what your leadership said. I'll send you these links. I think I'll send you the Wise Risk form, which I don't think you've done, the Universal Meritocracy, and the Wisdom Quiz. Okay, you can let me know what you think. Peace. There's one more thing I'll say. Peace. Okay, how do I upload this then? 25 messages. What's this? Cool, my buddies are messaging me. You have a new results. Sign in to my job. Okay. If you insist. I am hungry still. That's bizarre. A little bit interesting. I'm not liking how I have to keep signing in like this. Ugh. And come on, friends. Okay. That's all right. Let's see what happens here. My buddy's gonna come in the room and we're gonna teach them some interculture. Oh, I see. Okay. Magnesium's getting low. Oh, creatinine is getting low. sodium is high. That's from all the sugar salt that I need. Okay. 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 So, white blood count is low. Red blood count is low. Hemoglobin is low. Hemoprotein is low. MCD is low. Right there. Neutrophil. Basophils. Okay. Alright. Well, it looks like a few of my things are getting low, but they're just on the edge of decent. Alright. It doesn't really say much. Like, it's hard to, like, when I'm taking it twice a day, you don't know if it's actually my stores picking up or if it's just a drug pounding to me. Like, I guess the thing is I could take these tablets and then stop and wait for a bit and then see if it drops all the way down. Okay, so much for that. I didn't get the G-Pod mythos. Actually, it's starting to really bother me a lot. Yeah. Okay. There is a lot happening here. Okay. There's two things I wanted to follow up on, but this is pretty important too. Good, my friends. Darn. There he is. What's happening, Captain?
Hey,
There
can
we
you
go.
hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming in nice and clear, actually. How am I coming in?
Yeah, you're fair.
Okay, so on this channel, I'm streaming all around me right now, right? And for some reason, there's been a pickup in the viewers. So there's a couple of people that might be watching this, but I think they're all strangers, most of them. Hopefully not for long, but it might be a chance to teach anti-cult training to 100 and some people. How you feeling tonight? Are you feeling energetic?
So it's a quiet Friday night. Quiet.
Is it always like it on Friday? Like people just don't want to buy couches on Fridays?
Quiet. Most people have better things to do.
Yeah, and it is nice outside. I went to do my blood test with Amanda today. She picked me up and drove me around and got me these drugs, but my hand isn't getting better. It's still hurting. So, I shall live another day, hopefully. My magnesium and stuff is getting low. They didn't give me any medication for those ones, but that's okay. So where should we pick up? I guess this is the official start of the training of the actual first true non-cult in a cult saturated world.
Okay.
Right? Because right now people who think that they're not in a cult are actually in a cult because nobody knows what a reason is. Like we discussed
Right.
on man, when was that? Thursday already? When was that? Yeah.
Today's Friday. We have lunch on Tuesday. Or was it Wednesday? Wednesday.
Was it Wednesday? The day before yesterday?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. Okay, so it feels like a lot has happened since you dropped me off. But I want to make this process move quickly because Sahan has managed to increase the numbers from 203 to 224, I think. Is how many people are waiting for us. Um, okay. Where is this here? I think I want to know you haven't met Sahan before, hey?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm just checking. Okay.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay. That was fast. What time is it in Kenya right now? Oh man, 4:06 a.m. Ugh. Oh. Holy crap. I need to sleep, I think. Oh. I should be letting Cloud Mythos do its thing. That's actually what my intuition is saying. I am hungry, but I'm also full. This is actually pretty damn good. My channel's gonna get copyright struck. Okay, fuck, baby, let's go. What do you got for me? I am hungry. Okay, as a reward, I'm gonna do this first. I get 10 intense questions to answer. Give me heat flash again. Holy smokes, man. I do think that I'm at the point of exhaustion where my tiredness is affecting my productivity a little bit. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, oh. Awesome. I'm like barely holding things together. Oh boy. Every minute matters now. I'm gonna need $1,000 for this people. Eh. Oh, son of a god. Oh. 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 Jeez, man. I'm burning some serious midnight oil. Oh god. What are you talking? Oh, good. Okay, let's jump into it. Where do you want to start? Well, I was hoping you'd be pondering something and you might have a question. But if you don't have something that's been burned in your brain about how to become the best anti-cult trainer in the world, then yeah, we can kind of start more from basics, I suppose, or even build and write down the basics. Okay, so I just had like a little micro sleep or something, so I'm waking up. All right, so the last time what do you remember from all the hodgepodge that I told you when we were eating soup? Like, how much of that stuck, and how much of it was just too much for somebody to handle in the moment? How much, like, from us talking over dinner, how much of it? How much? Oh, I got an idea. I got an idea. Um, I think it's broken. Can you hear me better now? Okay. So, how much of what I told you when we were eating out stuck with you? Like, how much did it sound like just gobbledygook, and then how much like stuck along with you?
I think some of it did. I have to say overall,
Like, if you had to make points, bullet points, to try and teach somebody else it, how would you start?
um, universal logic is what we use to understand the world and work together to design a system that works for everyone.
It's actually not too bad. It actually sounds pretty good. So we're using universal logic to understand the world and make one that works for everyone. Okay.
I would say it's a framework, a language framework.
Okay. A language framework. Okay. Now we have to be careful here because language and logic are connected, but they require a hyper nuance. They are different. So language. Oh shoot. We could do Chizzy right now. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm going to log in with my other account here, and I'm going to make you a words of wisdom spreadsheet because this is how the anti-cult training will I think will take effect by showing people literally word by word how to understand the power of those words as a language tool, but also as a logic tool. And when it comes to like a place like this where it sounds like somebody's conflating the two and not understanding the nuance, we can use the words of wisdom to just like immediately start assigning points to them and getting them used to this process of clarification. Oh, you do have one. Okay, you already have a words of wisdom, which is great. Oh, good. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen on this computer. Oh, it's going to fry my nuts though.
Did you just process the clarification?
Did I just do it?
I think you said process of. I'm quite sure. Words of wisdom and process of.
Yeah, clarifying word by word. Right? Because wisdom is clarity. It's clarity on what the truth of the words actually are in themselves, not just as a language that we make, which also is a truth, but language in itself, which is a logic. Okay, so I opened up your words of wisdom. I'll share my screen now. And I think if we do anti-cult training, this is something that is a tool we should get used to pulling up right away. Especially if they don't understand the nuances, right? Because they're going to want to, they operate in chunky words. And once you learn these new words, you'll understand how chunky it is. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so Sahan will have to meet you next time. Okay. So do you see, I put your words of wisdom link in the chat if you want to save that somewhere in your anti-cult folder. This is going to be one of the most powerful anti-cult tools because it'll make it so that people can't be manipulated by sophism or word games. If somebody's like doing a play on words, it's going to become very clear very quickly. Okay, do you see it there?
Yeah.
So,
And then, this is mine specifically, or this is a general?
this is yours specifically, so it has your name in it. You see? Right here.
Yeah.
And it's in your style, so you can go in here and only you and I can edit it right now, or somebody on the strategy team, strategy flow roll. But if you don't like the style, like there's the style of the sensuous, but the order of the words and this point system is your super sensuous. All right, and so it's a very clear way to distinguish between if a cult leader is using their style to charm somebody, or if they're using actual wisdom, which is the super sensuous ordering of the words. So order means a lot, right? In a cult, the cult leader gives orders, and it's more like a command, right? But we mean order as in God's order. And it has a double entendre. One is that it's a command, that God commands these words into being, and that they are beings in themselves. But also that you can align your cognition with this order so that you can become in alignments and bring this truth to earth, this clarity to earth. Okay, so there's two meanings of the word order here, and they can be bad. You can impose a false order, or you can impose a true order. And true order is just alignment with the truth, right? So there's two levels of order, super sensuous order. There's the vertical sensuous order, or super sensuous order, and then there's the horizontal, or the tribe order. When you have wisdom, both of them are right. They're aligned. And it's going to take a little bit of like polishing and saturating to start to see the power of this, but we have to get started at some point. So, oh good, IS sent me some money. This is blessed. The newest change that we have made is that we've started checking points so we can start to quantify how much more wise you are than other people that you're going to train. And the reason why we want to quantify it is it's also another protection. It's a protection from sort of whitewashing the process, which is what cult leaders want to do, right? They'll pump up their numbers and they'll do a whole bunch of stuff. Or they'll just make up numbers. And so we want to make sure that this process is anchored as clearly as possible in a set of rules that are objective. And we're going to have to mess with these rules and experiment over time. But the point is to get to clarity, right? Which words actually make the most sense in which order. And so you're in tribe 3, right here, if you see this block, you're in tribe 3 for the vertical or horizontal order. And tribe 3, just to be totally honest with you, is not the true tribe. It is not the true horizontal order, which means that you're already going to be fragmented unless you can justify the rotations or the order that you have as tribe 3, right? So that order means that with the 3 top wise words, or absolute words, is nature first, then logic, then spirit. And what I would say is this tribes can be full true, half true, and not true at all. So this tribe here, tribe 3, is actually, it's false tribe. Because the starting point is not the true one. Right? Nature is not the true starting point. And the next in line, like this order, is also not the true order rotated, because you can rotate the start, right? But if you chop up the sequence, you change the order of the words here, then you've broken the chain in a second way. So there's a lot of nuances in the way that we organize the order of the words. But unlike cult orders, these orders are always questionable. And this very simple grid gives you a way to tighten up your questions to be incredibly, incredibly precise. Because in the future, we're going to have a lot of precision in our words because of this. And it creates hyper nuances. But the big, big insight that you would have never found in your entire life, Roy, is that these 3 tribe words are all that you need to organize all 20,000 or 200,000 English words in the English language. That sounds bizarre, right? But it's true. And that's why this can become a hyper efficacious way of organizing all of a knowledge economy paradigm shift in simplicity while maintaining hyper nuanced complexity. Or what is that word? Or calm simplexity, or I don't know. You combine the word simple and complex. So you are in a what we would call an untrue tribe or a backwards tribe because of those 2 reasons. The starting point is off and the order is mixed up. You can have it so that the order is off or the starting point is off, but the rest of the 2 words follow the same order as the true tribe if you rotate it. Now, I'm just saying this to you, right? I haven't proven it to you. A cult leader is somebody who will say these things and critique you and interrogate you and try and knock you down. But what I'm doing is I'm opening a potential discussion of measurement, and you can challenge all elements. I'm just introducing the elements that can be used for clarity to address anti-cult training. Word by literal word. And some people will start here, but I think most people are probably going to start in the formal anti-cult training, which you and I spent more time talking about at the dinner. And what I mean by that is I actually already have a principle. Remember do you remember the principle document?
Is that from like years ago? Or
Yeah. Yeah. It was from years ago.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Right? I'm still using that. That is actually still relevant. But I refined it when they locked me in the hospital the first time. I actually published it to Amazon. But I'm going to post it to you again. But where you're probably going to start off, people, is on section 11 of these 13 principles. And section 11 is the anti-cults section. And it leads you to a document that unpacks that the root of what makes the difference between a cult and a culture. So do you remember what that was? Do you remember what I said, the absolute root distinguisher between a cult and a culture, what it is?
Control?
Nope. I think you said something like that as your original answer, but no.
That's the only thing that's coming to mind right now.
Reason.
So a cult leader uses reason?
A cult leader doesn't use genuine reason. A person who is in a high performance culture is surrounded by a culture of genuine reason. And genuine reason has at least 3 sides to it to be complete. And a cult leader will either abstract or cut out 1 or 2 moments and abuse the third. And that's sort of what Sophism is about. So they might both claim to be reasonable. Somebody who's in an actual, they're leading a high performance culture, and then the actual cult leader who's also claiming to be a reasonable leader. So they're both claiming to use reason, which to some degree is correct. But one is genuine reason, the living reason, the real anti-cult reason that's complete with the universal particular individual. And then the other one is using fragmented or abstract reason. It's kind of like what the French Revolution was. It's like it's ungrounded in the truth, but it's like a chunk, it's like a fragment of true order floating in the void of space, of concept space. So we want people to have the anchor, grounded, genuine reason, the living reason, which has 3 moments of universal, particular, and individual at all times. Okay, so it sounds pretty abstract right now, but once you start getting used to seeing this yin yang, left, right, this dynamic everywhere, that's when you'll understand when somebody looks like a non-cult leader and somebody else also looks like a non-cult leader. Or hold on, no. One guy looks like a cult leader and the other guy doesn't look like a cult leader, but you're not sure if you're accurate. It could be switched. The way you get past that with clarity is by memorizing a lot of these categories in the beginning, which sucks, I know, and teaching these principles of what reason is, like what is the definition of it, and it links to universal logic, which links to pure being. That reason is just the moving through the structure of pure wisdom, which is the universal logic, or the ground of God's being, or the structure of God's being. And reason, and genuine reason, is the flowing of thought through that structure, using those alignments and using those absolute definitions. Okay, so we want people to start off most likely in this section, which I'll pull it up on screen. It looks like the old version, though. The UA deleted my actual layout. Okay, doesn't look like I. Okay. It doesn't look like this is the latest. Yeah, here. Okay, so look at this bad boy.
Alright, can I click? Oh, did you just take the screen?
It should change right now. Oh, jeez. Okay, requests. Did I make that private? That doesn't make any sense, but anyway, I'll fix it. Yeah, so this is the old document that when we were doing the sessions in the morning each time, this document survives the test of time because it is based on essence. And the anti-cult training is really just the same. It's just, you have to know what reason is, and you have to know how to define it. So that stuff, it's hard to stick. But you gotta get your brain used to it. You have to know what reason is, and then you have to know how to do the whole thing, the whole process holistically. Right? If you miss one of the 3 elements of the notion, it's an incomplete notion that can't have complete reality. It'll end up in like some kind of randomness. Okay, so if we do start off with this document, and hopefully it works. It teaches the people the 13 principles we use right away, and then they can get into the core. Like this is like the old kind of core, but the principles are still generally useful. But the core narrows in on what are we using those principles to do. We're using it to compress time and get clarity on ego wisdom to solve the problem of the Megacrisis. Now using the 2 sacred sentences, which is an actionization or actualization of those anti-cult principles. And then you get into the implementation with flow rules and blocks, with genuine empowerment and genuine content. Okay, so this is a nice little primer of general principles that we use. And these are the old paragraphs with the unionization and the CRISPR all this stuff can be upgraded to the Megacrisis, but it's an old document. And you can see what problem is being solved with each principle. And the first one, if we have to teach anything, the first one should probably be sublation. But this is also kind of covered in the core a little bit. But the one we're looking for today is down here, number 11. See? What problem are we trying to solve? Even if you have a strong high-performance culture, the leader will become corrupt as absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you manage to make any change, people will become upset and accuse you, your strong culture, or as brainwashing and being a cult and destroying any onboarding you might have. You use spiritual language, which we will, which cult leaders do use, and a strong culture is a double-edged sword. So that's true. All these things are true problems, but it's not going to stop us because we know how to solve them. We know what the root is. So it's high-performance culture versus cult. Cult and culture. Cult is in culture, right? So they're linked. Well, how are they linked? Well, a cult has incomplete reason, which means that a whole host of warning signs are birthed. And if people don't trust me, right? And they're like, well, you're teaching the anti-cult training. You could be cult training in the anti-cult training, right? So to get rid of that problem and have an independent third party, I actually use this link here on the screen. This guy here, this is the Cult Institute, and it is a really great resource. Oh shoot, I'm on the wrong screen. Oh sorry, I was scrolling down the wrong screen. Down here is where I was reading from. You see? So I read up this problem, and then high performance culture versus cult. Right? We want to make sure that our reasoning is complete with the universal particular and individual. Otherwise, it'll be incomplete and cultish. And this is the link to a third-party institute that shows you the 10 warning signs of what it looks like when you don't have complete reason. And this is really interesting. It's worth reading over the warning signs because it's normally what people associate cults with, right? Like, oh, it's over controlling. They don't allow any questioning. There's no accountability to the leader. All these problems happen because of a lack of universal particular and individual. But you can use colloquial language too. It's just that it's slow and it doesn't provide as much clarity. And that's where we're going. We're going to clarity. Let me just see if I can warning signs. I can copy this. Okay. So if somebody says, "Oh, you guys is like anti-cult training is a cult training," if they pull one of those like ironies on us, you can say, "If you don't trust us, that's okay. We don't want you to either. So here's a third-party website that is respected, that we do not control, and you can go and look at what these guys say. These are like the premier anti-cult experts, and it's called the Cult Education Institute. So the 10 warning signs I just took straight from them, right? You'll start to see these things, but I also show how there's limitations to each one of these where it could become positive, right? Because you can twist things into their opposites. So for each one of these that it's bad, it's actually, there's a converse that is good. For example, a command and conquer, you might think, oh man, that's a terrible way to lead. But in a military war zone, it's actually the best way to lead. Each individual person has their own autonomy and their own training. But when the commander has a good view of the field, or the general, and their soldiers listen, they'll probably have their lives saved. Because the general has more information than they do to make high-level strategy. Okay, so I actually go through these in what's called the pedagogy document. So I'm going to see if I can pull that up too. But the link should be in the chat if you wanted to copy them, Roy. But I'm actually thinking we should start an anti-cult folder in God's government. So there's two things here on the plate. We should probably start the official anti-cult folder in the official Ministry of Spirit, and also show you that I break down the limitations of that third-party cult institute, and I show the problems with it. And I do that by using pure, genuine reason. Otherwise, you can't see both sides of the equation. And I think it's very powerful. Like, once you understand what has happened there, I think it's very, very powerful. Let's see here. All of these documents would be readily available, except that, like I said, the UVA deleted my original account. They're backed up on my other old computer, but it takes a while to boot it. So let me just put in pedagogy. Perfect. Spirit pedagogy. I copied it. Perfect. Great. Okay, that makes me happy. I'm going to open it up here. Okay. So this is all very, I hope you understand, this is all pretty powerful stuff for people who have no idea how to start learning about anti-cults. Those 10 warning signs and then the 10 actual, not just signs, but the 10 actual call to actions are all neatly listed there. So here's Spirit Pedagogy. This is me going through the Spirit mission document with more details, as if I was coming from pure wisdom. Okay, so there's a lot of explanation on how we want to teach, but I might revisit that. What did I say there was? There's like 5 P's. Purpose, P4 purpose. Oh, I see. I'm using the universal particular individual here. Oh, here we go. I provide the legend. So P1 is universal problems. P2 is particular problems. Oh yeah, it's just like how I structured the wisdom teams. Ordinary essence words, ideal essence words, sublating particulars, and sublating universals. So these are the stages of when you're teaching, and you're trying to go from fragmented teaching concepts to coherent ones or holistic ones. You bring them through these 6 stages. I'm going to review this because we're doing a version that might be updated now, but I'm kind of wondering how far we have advanced. Let's see. I give examples for each section. So let's go down here. It's quite long. But it's pretty thorough in terms of going through it with genuine wisdom. Okay, so if we were to do a course on this, I designed it to do 1 section per day and be done in like 10 days or something, or under 2 weeks. So you can see here, number 11 is what we're looking for. Okay. There. Spirit Mission Tisdom. Oh, it's section 11, not day 11. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, Spirit Mission number 11. On day 12, we teach the difference between a high-performance culture versus a cult. So in P1, universal problem, it says, have a student philosopher start the Terry process of the dialectic by reading the problem out loud. So what is the problem? Well, even if you have a strong high-performance culture, the leader will become corrupt
as absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you manage to make any change, people will become upset and accuse your strong culture of brainwashing and being a cult and destroy any onboarding that you might have. You also use spiritual language, which cult leaders use. A strong culture is a double-edged sword. So those are the most common critiques that you'll hear. And if you think there's more examples that we should include, we can tack them on here, Roy, and make sure that we address them. But this is sort of like pervasive everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, everybody looks at cults as having these kinds of examples. Okay, so P2 now says, have the student philosophers think of an example of this problem in their life that really irked them. It is a real practical problem. It's not just a universal abstract problem. We want to show that this stuff is happening all around the world, but in our own personal lives too, potentially. Some examples you might receive from students is, so particular example number 1, cult of personality. All world leaders create high performance organizations, but also cults of personality. They may not intend to generate these blind groups of followers by their talents naturally and automatically inspire them. Right? So this is one weird thing where good people just end up getting cults around them, which is like blind people following without reasoning. They're just doing it because they're infatuated with that person's skills, right? They're Pareto categories. And what I have in mind there is probably their singing or their dancing, storytelling, or humor are usually the big ones that create cults of personality. Or just straight beauty, like a muse. So that's one particular example of how you might find it. Another particular example of where you might find cults is like an actual cult leaders, like Jim Jones is a classic example. Even though when I analyzed him, he was actually not as much of a cult leader as he was meant to be. He actually had a lot of reason, like genuine reason in his cult. And when you look at why they drank the Kool-Aid, it wasn't baseless, but it was the wrong direction. Like my hunger strikes are about sacrifice, but it's about wise sacrifice. And drinking Kool-Aid to go to another dimension defeats the purpose of sacred life here. So it violates one of our principles. And that doesn't mean that if you're in a lot of pain, you can't opt out and get made or something like that. But you got to try to the absolute most and take on tearing of the dialectic here in this world as much as you can. As if it was sacred, right? Okay. So he's a powerful man generating a surprisingly strong culture, so strong in fact that it ended in tragedy as he convinced hundreds of his followers to drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid. And then particular example number 3, spiritual language. So this gets down to that critique of the reason why cults like to use spiritual language is because spiritual language is notoriously ambiguous. It is the opposite of what we're doing with clarity, right? Wisdom is about clearly seeing what is already there. God, the absolute, is already here. It is we that have to get in alignment and in attunement. And we've broken that, right? But that's getting clear. We want clear definitions. Spiritual people find clarity of that kind stifling and restricting and labeling and all these types of things. And they think it's a restriction of their freedom to have these labels. But that dynamic eventually leads into cultism. Because the ambiguity, because nobody knows what the word means, they might have a general idea, can be used to manipulate other people who are trying to use that word to gain power. So if the cult leader uses the word soul, and then a follower tries to make a counter argument using the word soul, the cult leader can undermine the follower and try and cut their legs up from underneath them and challenge them and say, what do you think the soul even is? Clearly explain it, or try and one up them in some way. And they won't actually clarify it. It'll stay ambiguous, but they'll try and do some kind of sophist game to make that person look like they don't know what they're talking about, when neither of them know what they're really talking about. So the cult leader is usually really good at being manipulative in rhetoric. So instead of using ethos, instead of using actual ethical logic to clearly define your position honestly and in good faith, to identify the stasis, the root of the conflict, instead of doing that, which leads to the actual solutions and the real solutions, you use rhetoric to make yourself sound good, or you use emotive language. You play on people's emotions with triggering words and ambiguous words that might have connotations to common enemies. So you can play on groupthink. Like scientists might be the enemies of the spiritual cultists. And that's why there's less cults in the scientific world so far that we know, because it demands that you define your terms, which is the icky process of having to know what the heck you're talking about. And so this is where spiritual language is. We are going to be using spiritual language, but we won't be using it in the same way. We will be inviting in and we will be clarifying for the first time these nebulous words with absolute clarity. Not just like some definitions that make more sense, right? But we will be grounding these on the ground, on the immediate indeterminacy of God's being. How did these concepts get being? How do they have existence in the first place? Even if they're just thoughts, they get them from this universal logic that provides a cosmic grammar that allows us to have languages in space-time in the first place, to have determinate languages, determinacy, there-ness, actual existing stable languages that persist over time. So when people talk about particular examples, they might have actually been in a cult, like that woman that you showed me. She'd be a perfect example here for this P2 section. And that's where you might even bring her in as a guest speaker and say exactly how it happened. And at the end of it, relate it back to, oh, it was really, even though it looked complicated and there's all this sexual weird stuff and there's this farming land and there's all this and there's all that and there's all this, really, it was because the guy lacked reason, genuine reason. And we define genuine reason in this way so that there is a standard and a criterion to justify the definition as that word. And if you think it's the wrong word, you can challenge those justifications of that word, and we track them, because you're allowed to critique every single element. It's not just it's not like a shifting goalposty thing, which is what cult leaders do with rhetoric. They might say one thing and then switch to the opposite and bat you around in a double bind because it's too ambiguous. And we want to stop double binds. Those are like the most evil thing to genuine reason. There's no way to argue with it because they're silencing you on the meta too. Okay, so these are all the examples you want to let people explain and let them feel like they're being heard. They might think their family is a cult, right? And if you really get into it with them, you're going to find out that it's missing one of the hallmarks of genuine reason. It's missing the universal, particular, individual freedom. But getting rid, and here's another thing that's important, is understanding what freedom is. Because Hegel says that that's the highest telos, or the highest purpose of any system or any government, is genuine freedom. But genuine freedom has a right that is the right way, and it also has a wrong way, a bad infinite version of it. And the bad infinite version of it is what we would normally call negative freedom, meaning that you have the freedom to cancel all the rules around you. You can cancel any rules. You might have consequences, but like if you don't want to walk down the crosswalk, you don't have to. You just negate that rule. If you don't want to put your helmet on when you're riding your bicycle, then you don't have to. But you might get your head split open.
Or if you don't want to vote in your government elections, you don't have to, but there'll be consequences to that. So having the ability to negate all rules is only a half freedom, because what human beings really want is structure, but they want the right kind of structure. And that right kind of structure is universal logic, because it is the living structure which naturally aligns with how our bodies, our minds, and nature were created by God, not in an act of creation like, the normal personification of a man on a throne, but the fact that God's being is in itself creative. That just by following and abiding by its own immanent method, which is abstract negation, speculative thought, it generates our universe out of necessity. Not the contingencies. That stuff is all like a free randomness that can happen as the other side of necessity, of genuine necessity. But our goal is to get back to the perfect structure of God, which is really the perfect structure of science in itself, or what we would call objective thinking or objective clarity on the real nature of the laws of the universe, without our subjectivity tainting it. Pure objectivity. The laws are thinking themselves. It sounds bizarre, but it makes a lot of sense. There's presuppositions. So the proof of truth gets you there, proves it. Proves that that's the only way that the truth can start, even have a start, even though it's eternal. Which that turns out to be the fact after the fact when you learn it. So that's why I structured the pedagogy this way, as one powerful way to make the pedagogy align with the universal notion too. Everything is really structured in universal, particular, individual. So we want to be very careful when people come in with their spiritual culture. Well, with any culture, they're always going to have ambiguity in their words, and they can use it to manipulate, give secret codes, a whole bunch of things. So we're going to say, well, it's violating one of the principles of the vow of animate, but also of actually working for flow states for all. But people do have the right to set boundaries, so there's some wiggle room there. But anyway, you give a bunch of examples, and then the next stage is, I used corporations as an example. I give quite a few examples in this one because I'm also very passionate about how people can get manipulated. But when we move on to the next stage, P3, ordinary essence word. So have a student read the essence word, which is high performance culture versus cult. So each title has like a really hyper shortened version. Ask students what their ordinary thinking of the word's meaning is. What is its essence? Most students or ordinary thinking will not be able to distill the essential. The essential. Is that you doing that, or is that me? What's that all? That's interesting. This must be the old version. Okay, so what is the essence? Most students won't be able to define what the difference between high performance culture and a cult is. The answers you, as the leader, will likely hear are: it is very clear what is a high performance culture and what is a cult. One is healthy and the other is not. One is manipulative and the other is not. Or I don't see the connection. Cults are obviously in a league of their own. There is no confusion. It is very clear. Cults are easy to recognize. So you want to give the kids a chance to understand and express what they think what they think the comparison or the opposition is on the essence of what these concepts mean. Like, what is the root words? And this is trying to warm them up to the idea that that's where we're going. Is the ideal essence word is where we get into what is the essential difference between cults and a high performance culture. Like, what is the single most important piece? And this is where a lot of the students will say, well, it's obviously something out of that warning list from the Cult Education Institute. Like,
there's no the leader's not accountable. That's the separator. In a healthy organization, the leader is accountable, like Steve Cook or somebody like that. They actually have accountability. But in an actual cult, nobody challenges the leader. There's no accountability. But even though that's true, that is one of the differentiators. There's something more fundamental where that is a result of this fundamental thing, this ideal essence word. And that would be genuine reason. Genuine reason is what makes the leader accountable and want to be accountable. And bucking genuine reason fragments it because that's what the cult leader gets power from. If you can't question what he does with the money, for example, then he can enrich himself with no accountability. And that's all a product of the lack of genuine reason. Because just aligning your mind with genuine reason automatically transforms things into beauty and goodness, or your own actions into beauty and goodness, which is a pretty powerful statement. But so this section R4 is where we get into the sauce of why this root word. It's usually pretty confusing at first because nobody ever thinks of it. So I give a pretty thorough explanation here of exactly what this means in terms of genuine reason. And then I think, actually, as we know, clarity is the essential result of genuine philosophy and of our philosopher leaders. A genuine philosopher not only avoids cults, but knows how to dismantle them and sublate them into the healthy high-performance cultures. There are more examples of clarity on these confusing, nuanced situations. So this is where I actually break down all those warning signs that were given to try and protect you. But in really high-performance cultures, it gets very confusing because sometimes they're positives. And if you avoid them, it actually ends up creating a cult the other way around. So there's these things called dialectic flips that happen. A safe group leader will disclose information such as finances and often offer independently audited financial statements regarding budget and expenses. Safe groups and leaders will tell you more than you want to know. And I think I might have got that from that cult insight. But now this dialectical flip is where I say this seemingly safe principle might work in most situations of lesser advanced cultures, but where we're going is it's going to get so topsy-turvy that psychosis could be induced. Like that's how bad it's going to get if this AI stuff, the truth is stranger than fiction stuff gets all unhinged. So I just show how some kind of this safe, obvious sounding principle to protect you from cults, you can dialectically flip it into its opposite. And I give an example for each and every single one of them. And then I think I give an example of how genuine reason flips it back and allows you to identify clearly when it's okay to hold this principle and when it turns into a bad principle to hold. It like has a limit. So that's what dialectic flip means, is that you can flip each one of these from a bad to a good or a good to a bad. Ugh. And this is how very smart people end up in cults, is these exact dialectical flips are extremely, you have to have wisdom to unlock these and see through them. Not just intelligence. Intelligence can't see past these unless it has the nuanced term, that essential term, understood. So this is where I would really recommend like jumping into this, and maybe what we should do is we can try and get into it. We can try and do a paragraph at a time and get into like actually going through it. I just wanted to show you an overview of how this is the structure that I have in place right now to start teaching it in, I think, 12 days. But this is for only people like you that are really interested in the anti-cult part. We'll have a shorter kind of like version with a little quiz on Principle 11. And if they can answer correctly most of the questions, then we know that they're ready to go on to from refugee status to permanent residency if they also do the wisdom quiz and a few of the other Pareto category sharing things. Like, as part of anti-cult training, I think we do talk about the Paretos. Let me just actually scroll down and see. So we could go through each one of these. Maybe one per day, depending on how busy things are. But I literally did it for every single one of his principles just to show how universal these dialectic flips are. Oh wow, yeah, I really did go through it. So once you do that, you get to one of the final sections, P5, particular sublation. Apply the ideal essence words to the particular examples. So remember, the cult of personality was the first example, but now that we know the what it looks like to have a solution as genuine reason, we apply them. And we saw that if you in your life come up against these cult leaders again, you now know how to defend yourself in a positive, sublative way, which we call wise love and not blind love. And I think I give an example of Mother Teresa here. Let's see. Let's just read this one. So it's cult of personality. Nearly all powerful people develop cults of personality. Even the good ones we like to think were good leaders still had people on the other side of the dialectic that could interpret the dialectic as bad, such as those who shot Gandhi, or the ones who are accusing the Dalai Lama as being fake and having a cult of personality around him, or even of Mother Teresa being cruel to those around her, but her fame painting over it. This is because as power increases, the dialectic becomes more volatile. More people gravitate and bring their abstractions and limits with them and project them onto a single individual who then tries to mediate the opposite polarities in their followers. Inevitably, however, if the attention is powerful enough, the leader is placed in double binds around the polarity as either a god or a cult leader, or somewhere in the middle as no man's land D3, which I'll show you in a triangle later. The reality, however, is that we are all dialectical creatures, and understanding the meta logic underpinning it explains the nature of all beings, including the rich and powerful, the celebrity, and the politician. We can free them too through genuine friendship and allowing them to sublate and break free of double binds with genuine reason as we emancipate or as we emanate from a dialectical position of D4, which is just a position in the argumentation tree. Yeah.
I did feel like I enjoyed a little bit tonight. It's good. I do have to start getting back to work. I have to start closing the store.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It's like we're getting pretty close. I was thinking, you know what? We did cover a lot. I think there's only one section left, but we can cover that next time. You're good to go. And like, I'll just keep the room on most of the day. But yeah, let this simmer in your mind, and then if you come up with ideas on how to improve it, or if you want to recreate a new document or whatever, right? We'll just brainstorm until it feels like it'll do what would change the world. So yeah, I was blabbing a lot. So go ahead. Thanks for talking. For letting me talk. Do you have any questions? Last minute questions at all, Roy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, sounds good then. Good luck cleaning up, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Great, sounds good.
Okay,
Have a good
peace.
night.
You too.
Very good.
Yeah, peace and love.
Rules. I have to restart the stream. Right. 1000K.
Very hungry now. My friend is critical of my software push. I gotta answer these questions soon with Claude. I've been waiting all day. I could have been further by now. Okay, let's make some. Very quick. Holy cow. Oh, I didn't reset the stream. Oh, I'm getting bad at this, you guys. No. Hopefully it didn't ruin my stream. It deletes your video after 12 hours. And I've really been slipping on it a little bit just because I've been pushing the limits so hard. Like I need to sleep well tonight. I'm gonna call 811. I'm gonna answer Cloud Mythos. I'm going to maybe do a demo with my friend. I have to reach out to these guys in Uganda. Amazing what they're doing over there. And then I gotta call 811 to see if I should take the ambulance back there. But my magnesium and stuff is just on borderline. Okay, let's reset this. I keep turning my alarm off just because there's a lot happening. Like there's a lot happening. Even on the 2 viral posts, like I haven't even had a chance to message the 600 people and start to come over. Oh look, I got another one here. Oh, I forgot to respond to it. So I'm feeling a bit of the love. So I feel blessed that way. Oh, she's live. Oh, that was 3:55. It's like I don't have a headache. I just have a sense that 3 hours of sleep is not enough. But the stress is enough to keep me going. Oh. Okay. I guess my friend doesn't want to do it tonight. I'm sort of tired trying to explain it to people. I'm just doing it and then just showing it because for some reason, even my intelligent friends can't do it. They just don't have any vision, which is bizarre. So I don't know. They have no solutions to the crisis, but they're hesitant to the ones that like I have. I at least have them. And not only do we have them, we're actually one of the only groups making progress and like leaps and bounds. Like we have over 230 people now making like 6,000 blessings. We reduced the price from like $50 a blessing to, well, if each person does 54 blessings per hour now for $2. What is that? 25 cents a blessing? Yeah. What did I say? They do 54 blessings, right? For $2. Right? 200 pennies. So it's like actually it's 3.7 pennies per blessing. So like four pennies, less than 5 cents per blessing. That's a pretty crazy reduction while growing. So I mean, in terms of just development, that's remarkable. And the fact that we have 3 software systems coming together with one of them a 200-page patent of global task management that effectively eliminates the need for checklists, which studies show that people hate using checklists who are not analytical thinkers. There's 252 problems that are solved with the software that we have. Okay, we're going to end the other stream now, you guys. Go to the new one. It's right next to the stream here. And if you're here to watch over me tonight like a guardian angel, I appreciate you. I might be awake for another 2 or 3 hours. The Ugandans like to meet at 11, so I got 2 hours to do a quick little meal and quad mythos. Get it to do a massive overview, and then like finish everything in one go. I'm very excited to set it up.